I hope you can hear me. And then I can say hello to everyone who is here physically or online and can see or at least hear us and hear the voices of the simultaneous interpreters, Andrea Blomen or Bernd Leinenbach. And in this context, we would like to ask you not to speak too fast. My name is Aris Christidis, and I would like to welcome you to the second event of the Action Resist. The title of today's meeting is Cover Up, Networking and Prejudgment, and it deals with whistleblowers and enlighteners, investigators. Let me start with a preliminary remark. For many reasons, people have linked or associated Action Resist with child abuse, and they were surprised to hear the topic of today's event, of today's press conference. It is our state, the deep state. Who is the deep state? It's people or organizations who ensure that the law is subverted where there is no massive resistance. An example, for instance, is how was it possible that children were considered unthreatened, not at risk of COVID, nevertheless were allowed, were required to wear masks during all school day, even though adults are not wear them for more than 70 minutes at a time? Or why were people not allowed to smoke when they were protected by the mask? Imagine the following. You visit, you go to a pharmacist around the corner and tell him in confidence that you observe that people have turned the pharmacy into a source of drugs with illegal medication. The pharmacist might react by asking you, what did you observe? Or he might not believe your conspiracy theory, leave me alone with it. That might be the other reaction. Or, thirdly, he might call the police and accuse you of drug abuse, of drug dealing, then you can expect him to be part of the problem. The same happened to Dr. Bhakti when he published his letter on the consequences of the COVID pandemic. He was considered a tinhead immediately and was confronted with the accusation of anti-Semitism. And the same happened to Dorothea Tull when she pointed out cases of child abuse that she could speak for, vouch for personally. She wound up in prison. It's so much more gratifying to know that she was released a bit more than a week ago. And nothing else did Dr. Rainer Füllmich do when he heard witnesses about the ongoing COVID experiments in the Corona Committee. He was abducted and then imprisoned, but we'll get to that later. Roger Bittel made his platform, Bittel TV, available and provided financial support to investigate the cases around Dr. Füllmich. Now, let me make a preliminary remark. We will first hear all the speakers, and then you will have the opportunity to ask questions or make contributions to the to this cases. To my left, let me introduce the people on this here. To my left is Andrea Kersidis, who is a member of the group. In 2 decades of work as a medical practitioner, there was no complaint against her ever. Nevertheless, she was accused more than 80 times, indicted more than 80 times for not having studied anything or learned anything, had her title revoked. Even Interpol was invoked in order to investigate her qualification. This has nothing to do with organized crime or terrorism, the normal activities or fields of activity of Interpol, but maybe it had to do with the fact that the Secretary General of Interpol is from the region of Hesse, from the city of Wetzlar. Of course, she had been in the bullseye of state authorities. Today, we know that Andrea Christidis is privileged. She can walk free and look at what happened to third parties, to other people. And she can think about the consequences of dealing with the deep state. You have the floor.
Well, please accept my apologies because I've gone through a very, very bad summer flu and my voice probably does not always work. It's supposed to be. I want to report on how the mechanisms work, how the deep state, the state within the state actually dismantles critics and informants. And I do so because I can present my own evidence. We heard a lot in the press about that there is no such thing as the deep state, that there were no V-men infiltrating certain groups. The 2 groups that are both referred to as Reichsbürger. One group is the so-called Prinz-Reuß group, and then there seems to be another Lauterbach-Gruppe. This is the distinction made. Ralf Dallafini, the lawyer, informed us about the Lauterbach group. I actually misinterpreted this as the Prinz-Reuß group, but it was the Lauterbach group, and through him we know that V-men infiltrated the Lauterbach group, and they are supposed to animate the Lauterbach group to purchase weapons, which they didn't want to do. But they urged them now, have actually done everything for you to allow you to buy these weapons. You can actually go to Reitschuster to find this interview. And the Lauterbach group didn't want to buy these arms. And then the V-men said, well, my family is being menaced, you have to do it. And then the poor people collected some money in their families to buy these weapons. What they received were weapons that could no longer be used by the V-men and were then actually detained immediately. This is how things went. And similar things are assumed by the lawyers for the Prinz-Reuß group. This is the information I received. In the Rainer Füllmich case, we also know that a dossier was circulated on how to finish him off. We do not know whether it comes from the BND or the BKA, but it must be some security services Secret Services, and that this is not fake news will be shown and evidenced by me. I can prove that these tools were used, and I can also present written evidence. And this is why I want to pave the way for the other speakers today. I will show now how a wrong image is constructed about the target persons through the dissemination of allegations, perfidious accusations. I'm showing a letter here by the district of Gießen. You can't read it too well, but let me explain. These charts are already uploaded to our homepage. You can all download it, enlarge it, and read it. This is a letter sent by the Stabsstelle Law that writes to the Professional Association of German Psychologists and disseminated personal data to the BDP, a professional association, a private association, and they wrongly stated that a university study in psychology had never been completed by me. Andrea Jakob is stated here, but this used to be my maiden name. I should add, maybe. Now, my pointer is, the letter was a little longer, we abbreviated it. Mrs. Chidonu, now actually she is named Stefanie Ulrich, is no longer in the staff center law because of me, I was told. So she had to give up her civil servant's work, but she did it in the name of Dirk Oswald, who is, and Anita Schneider, the district manager who's still in office today. At the BDP, I was to be presented to an honorary court, and they accepted this upon violating the privacy of my personal data. So all constitutional rights were basically eliminated and overridden. What was actually written by Mrs. Chidonu in 2014, I only found out about it because I used my lawyer Manfred Müller, and he will follow with his presentation, and he helped me to find out about this. And I was only allowed to see the documents because luckily the clerk was out of the office, and an assistant allowed us to see the documents, and this is how I actually found out everything about what was disseminated in my own district of Gießen. As I said, these breaches of law committed in office have been covered up by the judiciary for years on end. For 17 years, I've been waiting for the first oral hearing of my action because I sued the city of Gießen and the district of this district in December 2017. I have not received a single oral hearing so far. It is constantly cancelled time and again. And I will actually talk about this a little later. Yeah. This is quite interesting to note. When I actually brought the action and I found out that the district of Gießen disseminated many private things about me, the public prosecutor Gießen assigned Katharina Nowak, a public prosecutor, and this is important to know, actually involved Interpol, so Secret Service, to find out whether my studies completed abroad, whether my degrees obtained abroad had really been obtained legally. There is a suspicion of abuse of titles. Mrs. Chironu, let me add, actually filed an action against me, saying that I was not a psychologist at all. And then Interpol was involved. Even if I had abused a title, this would have been an offense and not a crime. But in my case, it was handled like a crime, and Interpol was involved. Then there is a disclaimer at the bottom, as you can see. There's a disclaimer that says that this information was only to be used for Secret Service purposes, but not for judicial purposes. In English, you will find the notice saying that the university, one of the universities that I studied at, had lost its certification, and it was translated very befittingly by the LKA, which is the State Bureau of Criminal Offenses, and the translation was adapted. And the translator said that my certificates had been taken away, rather, or not the license from the university. This is the way, this is the approach when you want to defame critics. I have the official translation. I obtained this from a certified translator. There's the disclaimer again. This is the English version? No. And here it is clearly said that the license had been derecognized from this university. I presented this, I submitted this to the court, and this is the stamp of the officially certified translator. It's a Gießen-based translation office. Judge Holzmann found this strange. Even with his English, he found that there had to be a mistake, a wrong translation by the LKA, and the judge then contacted Interpol personally again and asked well, I'm repeating myself here now. And he inquired with the Interpol whether this was really the correct translation. So this is the judge's inquiry with Interpol. So he asked, was the degree later derecognized, or was the curriculum later no longer offered and therefore derecognized? And Interpol, the vice president of Interpol, responded, the information they are providing are only designed for Secret Service purposes, but not for judicial purposes. This translation, which was already deemed as wrong in front of the judge, continues to be used by the public prosecutor in Gießen against me time and again. If, as soon as there are official inquiries from foreign authorities, then this information, this wrong translation is used. And this translation wrongly states that HRDT, the human resource, whatever, it's like an education ministry locally, had said that my degree had been derecognized and that I didn't have a PhD. I hear this horrible noise in the background. Can you please stop it? Sorry to have interrupted myself, but this noise, this background noise is really very annoying. Well, yes. Can you still hear me? Okay, fine. To make things clear, this Katharina Nowak continues stating that my degrees had been derecognized by the education authority and that I had never obtained a PhD at this university. But I have not obtained a PhD at this university. I obtained it from another university. And in November last year, some observers of the litigation witnessed that I again obtained an acquittal. Lawyer Ulrich actually appealed again, so until January, February, I'll have to wait for the next court hearing. And this wrong translation continues to be used. I'm saying this now because this is what happens to other people. Völlmich, for instance, or the alleged Reichsbürger citizens. What I found interesting about the whole thing is that the press was always informed before the police arrived. And they knew that they were all Reichsbürger and that somebody had already been sentenced and that there had been a case of embezzlement. Everything had been clear to the press, although no final judgment had ever been passed. This is strange, and this is why I'm showing you my case as an example, not to state my case, but to just explain what happens to others as well, and that this is an ongoing phenomenon. And this is all of the criminal proceedings are going. So this is again new inquiries always with the wrong translation. So both at home and abroad, I am discredited to such an extent unimaginable. And I filed an action, and this is why I'm repeating this name, public prosecutor Katharina Nowak. I've filed a case against her. And this is the name of Katharina Nowak again, so that you can see that I really did this. And then there is an upper district court, Deichmann, who says, well, this was not okay, but it wasn't that bad. And this is why the public prosecutor is not sued. We always have the right people in the right positions so that they are not punished, but we are punished if we do not defend ourselves. So this is the harmonization with the local press and the Gießen public prosecutor Katharina Nowak. This is the Gießener Anzeiger newspaper. A journalist, Inka Friedrich, Mrs. Inka Friedrich, and she writes, Who, Mrs. Nowak? I have investigated for you. And then she submitted her investigation results. And she actually sent lots of links to Serum, the denunciation portal. There was a spelling mistake. Why am I saying this? Mrs. Katharina Nowak must have been in touch with this journalist earlier, because otherwise she would never ever responded, yeah, you're right, there's a spelling mistake. Neither before, neither afterwards, there are any letters from Mrs. Nowak to Mrs. Friedrich, and there are no further emails sent by Mrs. Friedrich. At the end, Mrs. N writes, I wish you a gorgeous weekend. This is fraternalization with the third power. I'm just showing you that the press is no longer independent when we look at the mainstream media, or very little. Mrs. Friedrich signed this and included all of the Psiram links. This is a denunciation network without a publisher's note, which is illegal, and it is being funded with our tax money. For instance, Annette Kahane established this network of Amadeo Antonio Foundation, and they always quote Psiram. I want to support them. Yeah, just mentioned in passing. The background to this these criminal proceedings is the uncovering of forged signatures by a mother at the authority in Gießen. I will only be very brief about this because I already covered this in detail in my presentation at the MWGFD press conference. This mother filed proceedings because her signature was forged. Her grandma was present at the authority and confirmed that her granddaughter had never signed. And the signature was clearly forged because she was called Sabrina Lück with CK. And as you can see here on this help plan, what is featured is Lück with LU umlaut K, so wrongly spelled. And Mrs. Heil of the Youth Welfare Office, Mrs. Schiller, she has now been retired in the meantime, and she was actually appointed as a legal guardian. So here again, another forged signature of Mrs. Lück at the very top. At the bottom, this is the letterhead of the Gießen Youth Welfare Office. And at the top, the proper signature, Sabrina Lück with CK, and it looks completely different. So it's easy to discern. And the criminal proceedings were rejected by the Gießen public prosecutor, stating that they had no sufficient evidence for the perpetratorship of a specific person or a circle of persons. You saw 4 signatures on one plan, 1 forged, so 3 people are left, and on the other, there were only 3 signatures, and 1 of them was forged. So the circle of perpetrators can't have been too big, really. So this is the end of the criminal proceedings. And you can download the whole correspondence to check that this is correct. The Tagesspiegel newspaper, after our last event, alleged that we had no evidence and we didn't provide any evidence, which is not true. We always said that you can find all the evidence in the charts for download from our website. So the evidence is all available. They say that they haven't found any. Anne Pannen of the Tagesspiegel stated this, and of the Wetzlarer Neue Zeitung, Mr. Wohlert said that we were all tin hats here from Vatican, although he wasn't present himself. He wrote nonsense about what had happened during our symposium. I simply wanted to let you know about this. Yeah, I have to go one back. After we actually filed the criminal complaint with the public prosecutor in Gießen, I helped her. The district of Gießen actually charged me, which is back in 2014, early 2015. You can download this document as well. And again, they stated that I had abused titles. They said that I lacked the qualification as a certified psychologist. Unfortunately, I can't read it here, but you can probably. In this criminal complaint, they said that I was not a psychologist, that I hadn't studied at all. Only a few days later, there was an addition to this criminal complaint for the district of Gießen because I had actually reported exposed, abused by a sexual therapist. I did an expert opinion with 2 children. One boy, the younger boy, told me that there was a sexual pedagogue coming to the school, that he taught a lesson and talked about dildos and taught them how to put preservatives on top and how oral sex worked, and they giggled. And only a few days later, this sexual pedagogue had returned to their school and had asked to see this 8 or 9-year boy to talk to him alone in a separate room. The teachers at this school in Langens, it's a suburb, admitted and allowed this man to be alone with this boy. He said he wanted to talk to this boy because he had a suspicion. The boy felt so oppressed by this sexual pedagogue. He ran home from the school, told the parents because he was really frightened, and a little time later, the youth welfare office came and stated that probably the older brother had abused this little boy, because the sexual pedagogue had told this. The older brother is only 3 years older, so the boy was really afraid of this sexual pedagogue. And this is what's going on in our schools, and the parents don't know anything about it. I actually compiled an expert opinion on this, and then the criminal complaint was actually widened, and there was added to it. In the framework of the sexual education work at schools, as a unit at the primary school, the name of the therapist was blackened. Incredible. So this is my psychologist's expert opinion that they've added, and they blackened the name. This was page 4 of the document. And this is what you find in my files. I obtained an acquittal for abuse of titles on the 13th of November 2016. Obtained this acquittal at the local court of Gießen, because the Gießen public prosecutor again appealed. Then we actually had a hearing in front of the district court, and in January, February 2018, I obtained my final judgment, my final acquittal. And one day later, on the 14th of November 2016, so this is a typo, the district manager, Anita Schneider, one day after the acquittal, she again filed a criminal complaint because why she doubts the title, but because the PhD title was not Correct. So signed by Mrs. Schneider again, the district manager. It would take far too long to show you all of the documents. You're acquitted. The next day, you receive the next criminal complaint. And this has been going on for me for 15 years now. Then I actually received this inquiry for the request for administrative assistance through the Foreign Office by the Gießen public prosecutor. And on the 9th of November 2017, it actually went through all of the domestic and international institutions involved, complete with the wrong translation again. But back to Mrs. Grobe and the public prosecutor Katharina Nowak. She was transferred to Limburg and now works for the Frankfurt am Main public prosecutor general. I had filed a criminal complaint against District Manager Schneider because of wrong allegations, and also against Mr. Oswald, the youth welfare manager. And the criminal complaint was refused, was rejected. And it's unbelievable, the reasons they gave. The reason is really hair-raising. The district manager had not been able to know that I actually have this PhD degree, so that she cannot be reproached with the allegation that she didn't know. You can read better than I can because you see a bigger screen than I do. And I really wonder, does this apply to all people who've received a criminal complaint?
Anstatt Master nicht, dass ich mich nicht Diplompsychologin nennen darf, sondern mich hätte Master of
I should have called or reserved myself as a Master of Arts instead of a diplom. What about all of the others who didn't know and used their title? Are they not punished? Or does this only apply to politicians or office bearers? Again, Mrs. Nowak. The information had not been available to the district manager, and this is why the criminal complaint I filed was rejected. So this is the line of argumentation. The complaint against the city and the district of Gießen has been going on since the 28th of December 2017. Until now, I've not seen an oral hearing. The oral hearings originally set for the 5th of December 2018. Sorry. Did not take place because of wrong information provided by the presiding judge, Professor Dr. Patrick Gödicke, and the court president Schmidt-Nentwig. Because the two said, there were some press people present back then, they had recorded during the hearing, but the hearing never took place. But they called the police, security people. The place all of a sudden was packed with police, and inside both and outside, because it was said that a recording had been made of the proceedings that never took place. Back then, the judge, Professor Dr. Gödicke, who also lectures legal sciences in Gießen, as well as the former Secretary General of Interpol, Jürgen Stopf, Can be a coincidence, probably they know each other. This is probably why Interpol was involved. But anyway, there was a Mr. Metz, a legal assistant who's now acting as a judge in Gießen. And he was asked by the police in Gießen whether the proceedings had already started. And he confirmed that the proceedings had never taken place. And therefore, no recordings could have been made during the proceedings. This is his statement, the evidence. And one part of the statement is very interesting that I've highlighted. He said, my individual instructor, Dr. Gödicke, informed me that due to the urgency of the proceedings, any sound or image recordings had been prohibited in the run-up to the proceedings because of the urgency, of the explosiveness of the proceedings. How did I get the documents? I can't give away who actually provided me with the whole dossier. I won't give away the name. And I really found out through this what really went on that day. And the vice spokesman of the press also said there was never ever a proceeding. So the president of the district court, Schmidt-Lendwig, and Professor Gödicke lied to the authorities and filed a criminal complaint against the cameraman and the TV teams. Nothing ever happened. And I'm done in a minute. They also said that the camera teams had trespassed the building. They had accredited. They had been properly accredited. And this is also part of the file. So again, they lied. You can probably read it better than I can. Dr. Schmidt-Hessner, this is the vice spokesperson of the district court in Gießen. He also confirmed that the proceedings had never taken place. He said the truth. At that point in time, the colleague Dr. Gödicke had not called up the proceedings, so that the proceedings had not started yet. So the president of the court is still in office. So what can I expect? I was so annoyed that I could not integrate this into my presentation. Mrs. Schmidt-Lendwig, and you can have this information, has also filed a criminal complaint on behalf of Professor Dr. Gödicke, in addition to his own criminal complaint, saying that she's allowed to do so being his superior. So much for the independence and the non-bias of judges. And if you want to have this information, you'll get it. I think that was it. So again, this is the upper district court with our Dr. Deichmann, who is to decide whether the public prosecutor will be sued or not. He already sent an information that he doesn't see any offenses here, and that it was not serious enough, and that the violation of personal data rights, privacy, had not been serious enough, and that he is about to actually refute these proceedings. I would like to thank you for your attention now and for your preparedness to donate, because these symposiums cannot take place or cannot take place because of these generous donors. We have already produced a documentation which is not ready yet, but the documentation we made in Thessaloniki, by the way, is so explosive and so comprehensive that it will be a highlight, I can promise. I do not know when it will be completed, but I do hope that it will be all ready before the next proceedings in January, February. In September, we will have another proceeding in Frankfurt. Who's interested can attend. So this is the account for donations, and I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you.
I hope my mic is open. Let's move on to Manfred Müller, who unfortunately wasn't able to make it here today. Manfred Müller is a lawyer specializing in inheritance law, commercial law, tort, and criminal law. After decades of professional work, he added family law to his specializations about 10 years ago and had to acclimatize first. Family law cases, which haven't been public since 2009, make it easy for corruption to take place. We cannot even listen to the judges' statements afterwards to any records. He has become notorious for speaking out against this. The reason why he can't make it today is that he has too many cases pending where judges don't take deadlines too seriously. His statement on the politically motivated persecution of investigators using the example of Dr. Andrea Christides is read out here now. Yes, welcome again to everybody who's here or listening to us in the stream. I have the pleasure and honor to read out the statement by my colleague Manfred Müller. He's not here today because of the many cases that he has to fight. He is in a court in Munich today, and it's, of course, again on the topic of the lack of justice being delivered. So when I speak of I or the undersigned, I'll speak on behalf of Mr. Müller. The topic is politically motivated persecution of investigators using the example of Dr. Andrea Christides. As is generally known, the psychologist Dr. Andrea Christides has been campaigning nationwide for more than 10 years for an objective, measurable and transparent assessment of children and parents in family law proceedings, also naming horse and rider in this context, i.e. she also publishes the names of the experts, guardians, ad litem, youth welfare office staff and judges involved, as well as the public prosecutors, exposing their misconduct, which ultimately leads to such serious consequences as the withdrawal of parental care and the traumatization of children, the effects of which often exceed limits and often have immense consequences for those affected, even if the children return to the parents at some point. No one can take away the fear of mothers and fathers later on that they will lose their children again if there is or is alleged to be misbehavior again. Having said this, it shows the dimension when a critical psychologist attacks, criticizes, and publicly exposes the system to be perverse. It requires courage, but also the substance that all those who take on the authorities must have, as the history of mankind to date has shown. The consequences of such critical, enlightening, and denouncing actions often have to be borne by the admonisher himself or herself, because the system strikes back. In the case of Dr. Christides, attempts have been made for years to denigrate her online. It is not, mind you, about a criticizing psychologist, an expert being criticized for her professional work, or that her work would be or is being attacked on professional grounds. Such criticism is, of course, accepted. No, the point is that every effort is being made to break her using all the means available to the state. How do they try to break her? Time and again, matters are brought to the attention of the criminal prosecution authorities by private individuals, authorized lawyers, the district of Gießen or the city of Gießen. We're happy to take them up and follow up on them. The Gießen Public Prosecutor's Office now has around 80 investigations and criminal proceedings that have not yet been discontinued, pending against her. She was acquitted in criminal proceedings for misuse of title, but this was challenged by the Gießen Public Prosecutor's Office with an appeal, which was rejected, and then an appeal was to the appeal was lodged, but ultimately withdrawn. The accusation was basically ridiculous, namely that the title awarded by the EIILM University had not been sufficiently labeled as a title awarded by a foreign university, a pure show trial to wear down the person concerned. The tactic in such cases to wear down critics is then to investigate piece by piece and to charge piece by piece, so that the accusation always remains in the room, that the criminal charges have not yet been invalidated and still need to be investigated. The undersigned can no longer count the number of pleadings he has sent to the public prosecutor's office and the various proceedings to continue the investigations so that the charges can be dropped without success. There is no investigation, only in one case at a time, which is then brought to the defendant, but not comprehensively, although there is a factual connection. After all, the accusations must be upheld. Example, the criminal investigation on the abuse of title referred to this alleged incorrect use of the title by the EIILM University. It was alleged that as a private institution, that university was not entitled to confer this title. It's a kind of tactical warfare to destroy an enemy. The information was procured in India, and the investigation was not whether the a doctor's title could be issued by that university, but specifically a title of psychology. Even prior to the investigation, it was clear that the title of a doctor was never confirmed by the EIILM, but by a different university in India. So it was clear that this title had never been granted her. There had been documentation indicating already that she never obtained this title from this university. Nevertheless, this has never been clarified, simply to maintain the claim that the title had been granted illegally. And so third parties do the dirty work for the state. So the victim is Dr. Christidis. What about her rights there? If action is then taken against the prosecutor's office or the state of Hesse under civil law, a violation of personal rights is asserted, monetary compensation is demanded, as was the case with Dr. Christidis before the Regional Court of Gießen and now before the Higher Regional Court of Frankfurt. The state authorities joined forces to prevent anything that could have been misconduct on the part of the state authorities. The decision that Mr. Eichmann had to take was that there is no prospect of success of any appeal. Justification: there was a violation of the rights of the personal rights of the plaintiff, but it wasn't a severe violation and not a large number of people were involved. That's a great justification here. If you criticize, you have no rights, even if you should have rights. The inquiry in India denigrates Dr. Christidis and in India and gives other people in Germany the right that the title inquiry was negative. In other words, she was a conner who abuses titles that she never was conferred. And this is basically vindicating the prosecution in front of the Regional Court of Gießen and the Higher Regional Court of Frankfurt by Judge Deichmann. He never awarded any compensation either. It's a family law case in the court of Arnsfeld, where a grandfather had his grandson taken away by force by the police by encircling the father to keep him away as well. Again, that wasn't supposed to be a severe interference with the personal rights of the individuals concerned, even though when demonstrators do something similar, that is a severe interference with personal rights. The same court does not want to see any abuse of personal rights by the fact that EIILM University or the authorities in India never retracted the titles granted to Dr. Christidis or never confirmed the had the complaints, the requests by the German authorities sent to the Indian authorities, and the responses are in such poor English that they certainly won't stem from India because the official language of India is English. So the Ministry of External Affairs informed that they had destroyed all pertinent documentation because it had only been forwarded to India. There was also a case against the Federal Republic of Germany started in 2021, and the ruling or the case will be heard in court in September of 2024. It's also interesting that in another case, the authorities indicated that Dr. Christidis is not allowed to call herself a psychologist. That's a private case. Hello? Ms. Kassel was the judge there who wanted to hear the witnesses. This is a customary case, and she's only been working with the Regional Court of Hesse and of Gießen, and didn't know the normal procedure when we're dealing with Dr. Christidis, which is obviously the policies, of course, how can I squash any case quickly? So witnesses were to be heard, and suddenly the judge was no longer competent because she was on maternal leave, and now the court could go back into its normal track. They were trying successfly to stop hearing any witnesses. First of all, the judge there was a complaint about the judge, which could not be dealt with because he moved to a different court, and no judge has been said now. This case was started in 2017, and still it's not being proceeded. The collective approach of the authorities is obviously in the case against against Dr. Christidis on account of the supposed wrongfully held title was squashed because no authority in India ever revoked the title. But that is not enough for the public prosecutor to accept this judgment, because if somebody wins a case, then the public prosecutor will reflexively, immediately appeal against the case to keep the whole thing going. So the assumption of innocence is no longer in place. If the case is closed, finally, then the public prosecutor can continue investigating whether maybe at the end of the day the title wasn't given to Ms. Christidis illegally after all. And this attitude has been successful. So she was heard in Cologne, Celle, Munich, and Frankfurt as a private expert, and her expert opinion was used by those courts. And there is a case in the Constitutional Court dealing with the way experts are acknowledged and called by courts. Manfred Müller, July 2024. Thank you very much for your attention. If I have the mic back, then I can announce Steph Manzini as the next speaker. She is a publicist and founder of Stadtzeitung.org. She is a professionally trained journalist with many years of professional experience who can no longer stand over working for the so-called mainstream media from an ethical point of view. And this is why she is another contributor to Action Resist, who is a mainstay of this organization. Her topic is unequal treatment, arbitrary behavior by the authorities, arrogance of the mainstream media. How are the new media faring?
Dear Aris, before I get going, I would like to thank Andrea Christidis here at the panel and all of the others who've come here. We have lots of legal matters, which makes us very concerned. Let me, as a journalist, feature some comedy. We live in parallel universums. You obviously listen to news from a different universe. Allow me to introduce myself, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. Or should I say my mice, my bunnies? My name is Carla Kolumna, and I'm a quality journalist in a mainstream medium. These are the adventures of the mainstream media starship through the empires of lies on holodecks where you create your own reality. Welcome on board. Start time 2020. Here we see Germany, heaps of corpses everywhere. In the neighboring house, everybody's dead. Vaccinated and masked people survive. Unvaccinated and unmasked people are deemed to die. Those who are not prepared to die allow themselves to be vaccinated. For the first time, the lack of effect of a drug is ascribed to those who have never taken it. The epidemic of the unvaccinated. Start time 2022. War, blood is flowing, Germany's de-bleeding. A president only wants armaments. He plays his role well. No wonder he's an excellent actor. He actually takes his compatriots to Germany in masses because there's war in one corner of his country, caused by the wild big bear. He no longer gives away his beautiful gas. Germany is impoverishing, but then millions of immigrants make Germany flourish again. In every corner, in every street, new innovative shop ideas crop up. Hospitals cannot accept all of the nurses applying for jobs. No problem. They can work as service people. And everyone confirmed this because when you actually call a hotline, lost in translation or helped, star time 2023. Right-wing extremists have actually replaced the killer pandemic. They actually knife down kids, women, whole families, and a strong Minister of the Interior actually helps out. Everybody helps the AfD. And by the way, and they are the so-called Reichsbürger citizens, those dangerous terror people. They actually have extraterrestrial abilities. A rollator, an ambulator gang is causing an overthrow. A huge group of 26 outlaws actually brings down the whole state. And Johanna Finner is an extreme woman. First, she actually drives to Moscow with her T4 and gets armament from his friend Vladi. Then she travels the world, although her house has been searched by uniformed people, and returns home to then end up and live in the prison cell. Dangerous Reichsbürger ideas are her ideas, although she's a fiancée of a black African. And the dangerous terrorist smiles at the proceedings. As a lascive girl, she will probably spend 5 years imprisoned after she has actually flirted with the judge. Makes no difference. In the best time ever that Germany had. And start time 2024. And there are the non-binary, whatever, people who play God, or was it only Maria, or who have just taken over the Olympic Games. Every human being now is queer. Some even refer to them as queer thinkers. Oh, literal thinkers, I mean. They're demonstrating for human rights and all of that sort of rubbish. If they are not sent to prison for 9 months to meditate. You're not believing me? Do not forget that you've paid for this truth. The GEZ actually charges you every single month. Who doubts this truth? The narrative of the mainstream media, aircraft, Starship, will actually find these ideas reflected by the colleagues of the new alternative attitude media. And one of them is the Stadtzeitung.org. Of course, we're being hindered, defamed, and many other things for this. But in the age of information, non-knowledge is also a choice. You've taken a different choice. Congratulations for that. Well, and now let's become serious again, as serious as the topic. It's about the press freedom, and it's about a politically persecuted person. In Vienna 2022, With my internet magazine, the Stadtzeitung.org, I actually initiated the Assange campaign, Raise the Volume, together with an English colleague. Raise the volume. Pump up the volume, we said back then, on all of the stages we were provided with. We actually filled them with the free Assange posters. We walked into not only the German parliament, but also traveled to the European Parliament with a free Assange poster. During my last stage appearance in Geneva, I lost this poster. I was really sad. 2 weeks later, I knew I no longer needed because Assange is free. No, he was not acquitted. Now we can say raise the volume for the politically persecuted people. Julian Assange is free, and there's nobody happier than I am because we fought for his freedom for so long. He's free now, but he did not obtain a full final judgment. This is a defect. Julian Assange is not a criminal. He's a journalist. He's one of us, and he's a hero. This defect is with the Western governments, especially the US government, and the press freedom. Lights on, reds out. This is what Julian Assange said. Rats out. This is what he said. And this is what we've come for. This is why we're sitting here today, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. This is authentic. The authenticity of the government is no word on Assange. They're not commenting on Assange. So how does the fourth power development work in 2024? Let me give you the example of Johanna Findeisen. And I would like to talk about the chronology of the case of Johanna Findeisen. Everything I say here has been researched by ourselves. In the background, you can see the upload of all of the articles we published on Stadtzeitung.org covering the Findeisen case. Since she only lives a few kilometers away from Lake Constance, I know her personally. I have listened to her several times at manifestations, at demonstrations. This case is very explosive. There has not been a comparable proceeding in Germany against the Reichsbürger. This is a case where no journalist is closer to this case than I am, than the Stadtzeitung is. The chronology of Johanna Findeisen. On the 1st of July 2022, Johanna Findeisen meets the new Consul General from Russia, Ivan Konsolev, in Überlingen on Lake Constance during the commemorative meeting. You know that 20 years ago, 2 planes crashed above Lake Constance, and it was the biggest crash of airplanes in history. 2 planes crashed into each other, and many children died back then. 1 aircraft came from Bashkortostan, the Russian Federation. The other aircraft was a DHL cargo aircraft. In summer, late summer 22, Mrs. Findeisen is invited to the consulate in Frankfurt. This is a gesture of gratefulness because Johanna Findeisen, in her work as a local basis politician, also shook the hand to the Russian envoy, which was denied by the local politicians during this commemorative fact. On the 4th of December 22, Sunday, Johanna Findeisen, as a member of the Basispartei, presents a talk upon the invitation of the local organization. On this Sunday, also upon invitation of the Basispartei, she attends a classical concert of the Baden-Baden Classical Concert Organization unit. On the 5th of December, she hands over a letter from an Assange supporter to the diplomat Potolev. Commenting on this, I have to say that we talked to these Assange activists and interviewed these Assange activists. Back then, they compiled a letter when we could not expect him to be ever released again, because he was menaced with the death penalty or 175 years of imprisonment. So based on a newspaper article about a Canadian officer, these Assange activists wrote a letter to Vladimir Putin, in actual fact, as the foreign minister back then. If ever Russia should ever exchange prisoners, whether they could not also exchange Julian Assange. This was the contents of the letter. And Johanna Findeisen had promised the Assange activists to hand over this letter to the diplomat. On the Wednesday, the 7th of December, 2 days later, there was a raid as part of the razzias of Reichsbürger homes. On the 20th of April 2023, Johanna Findeisen travels to Sweden, meets a friend there, and returns on the 26th of April. So this was after the raid of a home in Frickingen, and she had already been in touch with her lawyers. So you saw no problems about her being detained a few days later. On the 22nd of May, 4 weeks later, Findeisen is detained. The Prosecutor General voices suspicion of participation in a terrorist organization. She is then imprisoned in Schwäbisch Gmünd. Since the 21st of May 2024, Johanna Findeisen has been kept with 5 other suspects of the Reuss Group, among them Henry XIII, Prince of Reuss, Maximilian, Michael Fritsch, and Rüdiger von Pescat-Bore are actually facing proceedings in Frankfurt. And the claim is treason. And 3 sites, Munich, Frankfurt, and Stuttgart. And this will be covered later by Martin Schwab. How dangerous is Johanna Findeisen? What is suspicion? What is knowledge? What does Julian Assange have to do with Reichsbürger? The case Findeisen, there's a lot of poetry included here. And we put a lot of emphasis on being transparent, and you can find all links of all the articles ever published under each article. Lights on, rats out. We want to shed some light on what exists in the dark and the concealed. We should not overlook that Johanna Findeisen, the politician of the Basispartei, had one thing in sight. This is children's welfare. Findeisen, the freelancer of the district court, reported to the Überlingen local court and worked for the German state, often worked as an inclusion officer, knew about child abuse, and she knew that the perpetrators were living amongst us, and she wanted to fight this. So what probably brought her to prison, I think. Nevertheless, at this point, we also want to state that we at stadtzeitung.org report We do not judge. We leave this to the judges. What we report has been researched by ourselves, so it's part of the truth. And how important it is and whether there are other truths will be judged by the informed public, and the courts will actually pass the sentences. Regarding the Russian contacts, the aircraft crashes and the Assange contacts and the concert that she was invited to, and I actually also visited to meet a witness. Well, I commented on this. Now you may wonder, how can a peace activist who took part in many, many demonstrations and presented the Charlie Chaplin portrait, "It only takes love," how does such a woman come in contact with Heinrich Prinz Reuss? I met a witness to talk about this. This is Spinnaker. Spinnaker is one of the closest friends of Johanna Findeisen. And please understand that we protect our informants. We, of course, have the names and the addresses of these informants. And all of these persons will also be available as witnesses in the doc, basically. Spinnaker, who runs a business himself, helped Johanna Findeisen to draw up a quote. Prinz Reuss has a daughter. She's about 20 years old, and this young woman suffers from the Down syndrome. And this daughter, with the help of this friend who's a good business partner, she drew up a quote for this daughter. She wanted to take this daughter to Frickingen, to where she lives, where you have healing centers, and the daughter there should work in a place, a restaurant where other people with a handicap work. We even know the precise sum. She was to pay 3,850 euros per month, including all of the accommodation and everything else. And this is how she first established this contact with Heinrich Prinz Reuss. The well-known prince and prosperous prince was to also enhance her portfolio on her website. So she saw this as a merit. Maximilian Eder met Johanna Findeisen in the Ahr Valley. She was one of the first helpers to go to the Ahr Valley to help the victims of the floods. Political consultant Spinnaker had advised her to make contacts with all of the politicians she meets, to talk to everyone. She was very open-minded. The interview with Spinnaker can also be found on stadtzeitung.org. You can all read up on this. It is important to me to show a second opinion. What if it was like this? The aspects that I just mentioned are not featured in the MSM, Spiegel or Stern. But I've brought along, and you can have a look at this later, in a written format. So these are printed out articles in the mainstream media, and I'm just picking one from a local newspaper here in or near Lake Constance, and just want to read out a few lines covering this case. On Tuesday, Johanna Findeisen will be trialed, representing the Reichsbürger. And then there's a report by Bäuerlein. This is a correspondent of the Südkorea from Stuttgart. And this report starts as follows. Well, there they will be residing, the new Empress of Germany, on a dusty area of 1,300 square meters in Sossenheim, a little glamorous suburb of Frankfurt, at a street corner in the middle of an industrial estate. There are parking bans, but still there are excavators working on this area. The latest infrastructure is being built. In the middle of the area, there is a new high security palace waiting for Henry the 13th, Prince of Reuss, and 8 of his co-warriors from the Reichsbürger milieu, whom have allegedly planned to overthrow our democracy. They wanted to overthrow the government allowed for victims, and they plan to install a new form of state, actually governed by the today 79-year-old Prince Reuss, a businessman. Bizarre conspiracy theories. It's a hodgepodge of bizarre theories paired with narratives from the Reichsbürger and self-government scene. Like stated in the indictment that actually includes 675 pages by the public prosecutor. And this is how it goes on and on this article. Not to amuse you, this is all serious here. And this is why we have also picked some of the headings, which refer to the defense counsel, Martin Schwab of Johanna Findeisen. Martin Schwab, who sits right next to me, a legal professor and lateral thinker speaker. This is the Findeisen defense counsel, Martin Schwab. Martin Schwab exudes with every sentence that he's on the route to success and actually hates the narrow law. The eloquent legal professor is the chosen defense lawyer for Johanna Findeisen, and they carry along the same lines. A bizarre presentation by the defense counsel. The whole proceedings become grotesque towards the end of the day. So if you like, you can read both our articles, the printouts, and of course the latest mainstream articles, and only of local newspapers. Yeah, there are big differences. The unequal treatment by the media. Spiegel and Stern obviously saw the investigators' documents in the run-up to the proceedings. There is no synchronization of the 26 defendants. This is a show trial, I'd like to say. Why would MSM stand against the fence if such highly dangerous people are detained? Aren't they afraid of being shot or tortured? On the case of Johanna Findeisen, Ines Petersen of the Public Prosecutor General, the press spokesperson, never responds to any press inquiries. As I said, Stern and Spiegel magazine obviously had an insight into these documents. Our questions are not answered. Local newspaper, during the first publication, said that they're working for the that they wanted to expedite her from the party. She actually published the name and ranks and files of pedosexual perpetrators. In this context, I would like to refer to one sentence. Minister of the Interior Nancy Faeser wants to forbid statements below the punishable level. And I think you can comment this on press people. Then one last word on the Serum platform. Andrea already commented on this before. We are in the best of companies. I wanted to call them and ask why we're not included yet, but you can't because the publisher's note has been missing for years. Yes, I always wanted to contact them why we are not included in Serum, but there is no publisher's note, so you can't contact them. On the landing page of the Stadtzeitung.org, you see me featured in an interview with Björn Hecker. I'm wearing a gray jacket and I'm wearing a Free Assange button on my lapel. And below this image, this is Steff Mazzini of Stadtzeitung. She already wears a button of Björn Höcke. But everyone can see that this is Julian Assange. So much for enlightenment here. And unlike Serum reports, I was not kicked off by the newspaper that I worked for, but I left it myself. And Correctiv, this is another story. Well, when you have funds, then things also work with the marketing from the government. The compact ban is not covered by the constitutional law. We actually studied the Maria Zacharova interview, and this was also featured on Stadtzeitung.org. Professor Dr. H.C. Ambos in the mainstream media, he's a constitutional lawyer, said that the state did not belong in the hands of parties. Faeser wanted to put the powers into the hands of the parties and into the office for the protection of the Constitution. In 2023, I denied an ARD inquiry for an interview. Of course, it would have been a huge advertising, but I denied it. I turned it down. And you know the story. One strick, one AfD neck broken. And you can reveal how the Green Party event where Michael von Lüttwitz, our photographer, worked, and he received a criminal complaint because he did his work. He had allegedly hindered somebody. His complaint because of hindering, because his policeman almost destroyed his camera, was actually refused immediately. Kretschmann said during a follow-up event, we have to make a political statement. This means interference of public parties, of political parties into the public prosecution. We have also been defined as a right-wing extremist medium. We were framed by a Green Party event. And you cannot imagine how fast this complaint was turned down by the public prosecutor. Before I read out a short letter by Johanna Findeisen's parents and come to the end, I would like to sell you my job window. We've been around since the 22nd of February 22. We are a four-head team, 2 authors, 2 people in IT for 2 years, and we have published over 1,000 articles, thousands of interviews with Alice Weidel, Jan Jepsen, Beate Bahner, and many, many more. We do our own events, we participate in demonstrations, and we have researched all our 1,000 articles ourselves. This is plenty of work, and this is why we cannot deliver 5 articles per day, maybe per week. We deliver for free, no advertisements, and this is why we need your support. Johanna Findeisen's parents actually gave me a letter. It's just a few lines, and it is very important to them that I read it out to you. To Dr. Andrea Christidis and all of the Action Resist supporters, to all of the courageous journalists who dare to find the truth, to all who help the enlighteners, to all of us, we would like to thank you for their efforts to help and assist politically persecuted people. Our daughter, Johanna, since the 22nd of May in 2023 in pre-trial detention, has helped many people for years, and it was a calling for her. This was her motivation for the 3-week stay in the Ahrtal Valley. And this was the cause. She wanted to help the victims. The political interpretation of her work led her to the pre-trial detention. May the recognition of her true motives lead to full acquittal. To all of you, our thanks for your courageous efforts for protecting our fundamental rights and the dignity of human beings. Ruth Swita and Wolfgang Findeisen. And let me conclude with my own old statement. The secret of happiness is freedom, and the secret of freedom is courage. Pericles, 500 before Christ. And I would like to thank Andrea and all others at the panel for their courage to take action, because it's all about courage. I would like to thank the people that we're talking about here today for their courage, because we know that courage is not the non-existence of fear, but that you do it nevertheless. I would like to thank my wonderful team, and last but not least, I want to break a lance for the most beautiful profession of the world, who burned so much like medicine. I know there is a young journalist who's burning for her job, Claudia. Stay on the ball. It's worthwhile. And we need young women and men like you. And never forget, lotus is a flower that grows in the mud. The thicker the mud, the more beautiful the lotus flower that emerges from it. Thank you.
So if I have the mic back, I would like to announce that we're changing the sequence. We're belaboring our interpreters the whole time, so we try at least to change, to swap between male and female voices all the time. Dr. Heinrich Fichter is a non-partisan politician. As a non-medical professional, I take the liberty of saying that he has achieved quite a few things in his profession as a physician. He has been convicted because he is supposed to have used the Hitler greeting with his right arm missing the hand. Even a one-armed bandit can't achieve that. But some are reported to have known him without liking him. I don't know how this is possible. And I hope to hear from him now. His presentation has the title, "Anyone who doesn't play along will be put on the press pillory. Those who don't stop will be legally executed."
Kann ich das selber steuern?
The big button says move on. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Heinrich Eckert of Fichtner Company. So I describe myself in a way that will help increase my profile in Serum, because that's where I'm listed already. Usually I underpin my presentations with PowerPoint presentation with slides, but I was asked now not to use any slides. My contribution by a personal example, Andrea Christidis is the example, is to indicate what it means to think critically, differently, and to think freely, not only to think because anyone can think what they want, but to articulate these thoughts. And this is why I have this title. Anyone who doesn't play along will be put on the press pillory. Those who don't stop will be legally executed. And this approach that I want to give you in my example is something that applies anywhere. No matter whether I go to North Korea in order to speak to the dictator there. No, there are always people who are in positions of power, and it applies to any territory it also applies to a society that is governed by something called the Basic Law, a constitution that is supposed to inform all rules and regulations. And we believe that it applies to people, but we can see that those who command the weapons are not, don't feel bound by this, but this should make us think. But I won't speak about the basic law and about the question of whether it is actually applicable, and the in the context of the 2+4 agreement, or the constitution that was amended in 1990, eliminating Article 23. All of these things I won't speak about now. I just want to know, how do the people who hold the weapons handle those who criticize them? It started for me when I stepped into the limelight of politics. I became a member of Alternative für Deutschland. I was a founding member of that partner in 2013, and I was candidate number 8 for the parliamentary elections in 23, not only because it stands for Henry VIII. I like this number 8, because it's Henry VIII, but also because it stands for Jesus Christ, who informed us that we can enjoy eternal life. And there was this fellow Christian Kuhn, who was elected to the town council of Stuttgart, as was I, and there were different possibilities of using your votes, and suddenly I had number 2 on the election list, and I was on the city council of Stuttgart, or the city of Stuttgart, and I was wondering, will I actually assume this mandate, because I had a well-going practice as a physician, but I figured, okay, if you start this thing, you have to go the full Monty, so And the bloc parties, i.e. the other parties, I would call them bloc parties, who suddenly acted together as soon as AfD was elected to parliament, and they noticed, oh, something is happening here, something's afoot. And there were these Pegida events, and there was an anti-Pegida demonstration where Mr. Kuhn spoke, and he was saying that we have to keep a close eye on Pegida because they're close to SS or Nazi-like. And I dared write what you can see here on the screen now about secret handling in social media. So if you type anything anywhere and you believe that it's private and confidential, you can be sure that it will see the light of publicity someplace. And Fritz Kuhne is definitely a fascistoid hawk, a wicked fascistoid, a wicked hawk. And I would apply that to all the members of the Green Party. And his flatulence is used for in all contexts, e-mobility or what be it. And here a demonstration, an organization that was not aggressive or violent in any way, contrary to the elephants who have been shown violent. We are always denigrated as violent fascists, using lies in order to incite citizens against citizens. They are the ones who put fire to the land. They always say that it's the AfD who does that, but no, they are who are always interested in attacking with corrective, with all these structures, these media. You will find this pattern that others pin on their political opponent what their own motivation is. They are the demagogues, the arsonists, both male and female, and I haven't included the other 56 genders. That is what happens as a city councillor for AfD. I have to really speak out against this, and this was publicized a few days later. Back then, there was a meeting at the castle in Stuttgart with small stubby candles, and I was asked, Mr. Fichtner, what are you doing here? And I said, why not now? When, if not now, should people get together who are interested in defending democracy, to show that we will not back down, we will not allow violence to be exerted against us? And immediately there was this statement, this article comparing Mein Kampf with the Koran, because I had told the journalist that what Alfred Hitler had written in Mein Kampf, or what Pol Pot wrote, or others, matches pretty much what the Quran is saying. And immediately it says, okay, Fichtner compares the Quran with Mein Kampf. Bernd Lucke himself starts a proceeding of exclusion from the AfD. So I'd hardly joined the party when they tried to kick me out, but I voluntarily left in 2017. I wouldn't have done it, wouldn't do it anymore today, but it's what's done is done. And then the COVID came along, and I took an even more pronounced stance. So that was my appearance in the regional parliament of Baden-Württemberg, where I was elected as well. And I used this as a provocation. And the politicians and the people in position of power understood the hint. They got the hint. I also forced a committee to look into files because there was a hospital scandal in the region, and this committee is still working now, and it's involving Governor Kretschmer. I called this committee and I really made them furious. And from that period, there is also an announcement for retrieval of files, and there was a meeting also where I denounced the nepotism of the Green Party because the wife of the mayor who was involved in this scandal made his wife a secretary, so she was fast-tracked for promotion under him. And I tried to point this out again and again. And the mayor of that meeting used this to keep the police in the background. When I pointed this out again and again, I was told that I was disturbing the proceedings of Parliament, and then she expelled me from the session, and I was taken out by the police. And I noticed very quickly that things didn't go the way they should. Bodo Schiffmann was one of my first investigators. He needs to be praised, even though a lot of criticism against him. But many of the people who did a lot in this period, criticized each other. So I used the mask there. And that's a picture many people know as well. After or during this session of Parliament, I was expelled, and I didn't go voluntarily. And I told Mr. Hellman, the one in the background here, you can see his mask over my head, and I said, I won't go voluntarily, you'll have to carry me out by force, and they did. It's unbelievable in German history, in the entire history of German-speaking parliaments. This has never happened. Only once. Fichte was so violent, so excessive that it was necessary to call the police to get this disturber out of the plenary session. The proceedings in front of the Constitutional Court in Baden-Württemberg ended in my favor, even though you probably haven't heard about it, even though my expulsion was very well covered, but the proceedings in front of these courts that are always willing to twist the law as is opportune, they found it necessary to uphold my rights, and then it really started. They were collecting, what did this Fichtner do? And the same goes for all dissidents. They consider, what can we compile here in order to, we can't get him personally. He is a physician, he does a good job. Personally, he doesn't do anything incorrect either. He's usually polite. It was said the excessive politeness of this Fichtner shouldn't can't stop him from being very vocal in voicing his opinions. And then in March 2023, there was this case. I was really a member of parliament, should be immune to judicial proceedings, and the session was not ended, and there was no violation of the law there, no trespassing, because that's not possible under the rules of Parliament while it's in session. And I criticized that children between 12 and 17 should be poisoned with this genetically modified vaccine, even though this hadn't been recommended even by the health authorities, even though it was clear that these vaccines could cause death in young people, and that not only to recommend but to enforce it is a crime. And I say this into the camera: you are criminals. You who are responsible for this, and you can indict me for this. Jens Spahn, first and foremost, the former Minister of Health, who said we have to forgive each other a lot. Yes, we do, but that requires that you first ask for a pardon, and you never did that. So you see the beginning of this law case. You see a judge, blonde hair. She was 30 years old. I'm behind plexiglass. 9 sessions, 7 of which were held with a mask, even though there was no legal basis for this. I said to this lady, there was no legal basis for this. I want to see you. I want to see your face. This is covering up your face. You are violating your own rules as a court, and nevertheless she insisted on it. And I said, we don't have to speak about parallel societies. The parallel society is right here, right in this courtroom. This is the parallel society. You show it by using your own interpretation of the law. And then there was one session after the other, and I'll give you several examples. Here, the sentence, I was sentenced to pay 38,000 euro. I was sentenced in 17 cases, found guilty in 17 counts. And she said because the statute of limitation applies in many cases, they can't really enforce the full extent of the law, and therefore I had to pay a smaller amount. So it was a rebate on the fine. But of course, we don't call debt public debt anymore. It's now called a special treasury. And in the course of proceedings, a deal was offered to me. Did your lawyer relay this deal to you? And I said, I know what you mean, but I don't know of any crime that could lead me to be considered guilty. And since we're talking of the principle here and about the rule of law and about justice, I will not yield by an inch. And the judge, or this lady who claims to be a judge, took this down, and she said, and she decided to cut the sentence. So this is part of the sentence being the justification, and this shows what happens in the heart and soul of a judge. And if you hear that, you will know why these people don't want these cases to be documented by recording means, by video. You will understand better when you know about this. We all heard what you said, Dr. Fichtner. This xenophobic, homophobic, and sometimes simply inhumane statements are something that I won't comment anymore. I'm a physician, and I have at least 50% of foreigners as my patients. My greatest fans come from Syria, from Afghanistan, from Togo. So you have to wonder, did she get too many vaccines? Or what happened? Homophobe, I have also patients who are gay. It's not my preferred way of life, and I wouldn't support the Christopher Street Day, but if people come to me as patients, I treat them as politely and carefully as anyone else. This was really too... I spent too much time on this. Your political views don't play a role for me, even if you claim that. I won't comment on them either. The mayor who had complained or had filed the complaint for trespassing, and I asked her, can you say you don't like me? And she said, that's true, I can't stand you. I would have been rid of you. But this didn't play a role for this young judge. And here's a special form of a welcome. That is the patented Fichtner greeting. I was standing here at the Brandenburg Gate, and I said, the mask is the Hitler greeting of our day. It is stinky with this mask. My glasses fog up, and I'm getting sick, and we have to tear down this symbol of Nazism. And three people who were wearing civilian clothes filed a complaint. That was the ombudsman of anti-Semitism of the Senate of Berlin, who is a very active person. Sometimes you wonder, who do they really work for? Are they work for the Jews or for Israel, or aren't they promoting the business of the opposing side? And that's why they thought that they could convict me of using the Hitler greeting. And that shows how the judiciary really twists the law in order to do this. And I'll show you the sentence. I filed a complaint against these four people, and that's the diamond of terror. It's here, this fellow who promoted vaccination, and I filed a complaint for using the Hitler greeting, and I used part of my own sentence and parts of some other sentences passed by German judges. And here This is what Anna Wegner, at the age of 35, said to my patented Hitler greeting. With the act of the defendant during his speech in April 2021 in Berlin, it is again the use of a Hitler greeting, i.e. a symbol of a unconstitutional organization. He held up his right arm and stuck it out as far as he could, and he remained in this position so that it's not a mere gesture. This was interpreted and meant as a Hitler greeting. Subsequently, the third parties filed a complaint against the defendant because this could not be seen as mere criticism of government policy. So it wasn't clear what I said, so that leaves some conclusions to be drawn about their mental capacity. There was the possibility that the defendant sympathizes with National Socialist philosophies. So you can see, read paragraphs 129, a criminal code, establishment of criminal organizations, or 125a. If certain aspects are met here, you will find it all. They are criminals in order to attack anyone who criticizes them. The counter-complaint against Merkel and others was immediately squashed because there was no indication that this was meant in the sense of the criminal code with Rolf Kohn. He was convicted. It was said that a person driving by in a car who can't hear what he's saying could get the impression that he was using the Hitler greeting. Then on Alexander Square in Berlin, one was particularly violent, or the people who work as policemen in Berlin, and really club people. The Ombudsman for Torture in the UN requested a report, and I said we have to talk about what Stauffenberg intended to do. Okay, here we see. No sound now. Okay, let's move on. Here, Anna Wegner says, in the late afternoon of the 1st of June 2021, at a indeterminate time, the defendant, in a demonstration against corona measures, with about 1,000 participants, the defendant said on Alexander Square in an interview, the defendant was calling on other people to take violent action against decision makers who took the decision to implement anti-COVID measures. I said that we have to remember what Stauffenberg did, and I don't know how we could do anything short of that. So if we have a tyranny, if we want to overcome it, then maybe using bombs isn't the right way to go because Stauffenberg failed, but the courage is necessary. That's why Stauffenberg is honored. That's why schools are named after him, why there are stamps with his profile. And the Ministry of Defense is in Stauffenberg Street 18. And Ms. Wegner says, concerning number 15, reference to Stauffenberg, public call for violence. I made it clear in the course of the inquest what I think of it. Otherwise, I would never have signed the arrest warrants. Of course, she did sign it, and I will hold her liable for that. That Stauffenberg did more in his life than planning this attack, I am aware of. If you don't know, you should Google it most quickly. But they should have learned it in school because that is the first thing that people associate with Stauffenberg. And that is what you refer to, even if you want to reinterpret it subsequently. And you should have said clearly what you meant. And I said Article 20, paragraph 4, that's what you always call, but it doesn't is no good. But why is it no good? It's in the Constitution. This is why a crime has been concretely named, namely a calling for an attack on the members of this criticize. Otherwise, you have to explain what you mean. And this is how it is out there. And I want to say again, it's too dangerous. There are so many people out there. And then you're co-responsible for that. So this is why 80 days worth of prison. And the arrest warrant, well, then she says on the topic of immunity, at the end, she says, if a parliament has granted a permission to lift the immunity, and the various crimes can be seen on various platforms by the defendant, and these have been secured after the immunization, when the proceedings were started. The defendant was no longer a member of parliament, and therefore that was legal. So in other words, you can start collecting evidence while somebody is in parliament, and when immunity ceases because they are no longer in parliament, then you can prosecute them, because if that is the case, then you have to be very careful as a member of parliament, because immunity is null and void this way. And this is why you'll think twice what you do while you are a representative. I was with Ms. Giraffe when she spoke, and there was something I quoted. I quoted what she'd written, and that was blocked. And then the quote, and the thing that I quoted was then represented like as if I had said it. And I had in this way belittled the Holocaust. And the Holocaust is a favorite way of attacking any opponent of the system. What these people do themselves to take violent, fascistoid action against demonstrators, that's what they use against them, and they always denigrate them as Nazis. Then, in a second case, There was one chairboss. She wanted to have it in a single day, finish this proceeding in a single day. I wanted to ask the question of what kind of judiciary we're talking about, whether it's a state court, and the question is paragraph 15, because it says that a court must be a state court. Before it was rescinded in 1950, and I asked her if she's my state judge, and none of these two questions she answered. And then the press comes along. They play the crucial role. In January, there were two journalists by WDR TV station, and they made a film about the revenge of the COVID deniers. I called WDR as a media whore, because that's what it is. But unfortunately, the judge felt that I was talking about her, and somehow they achieved an injunction at the court of Potsdam. 3 judges signed it, and for reasons of procedural economy, I retracted, because I didn't want to fight on several fronts, and I don't want to claim too much from supporters. I can't demand too much from them, so a few thousand euro changed hands in order to satisfy this lady who wasn't even who I was referring to. And that shows how journalism is being abused. She is, of course, claiming sexism here, and I'm the elderly gentleman here who meets this lady, and of course it's obvious even by the looks of people where we're heading. And then there's this journalist Alexander Roth. They used to publicize the Stürmer, the Nazi organ back in Hitler's time. And he has publicizes articles like this. Dissidents are framed in the media and then executed legally afterwards. And hopefully he doesn't stretch out. Hopefully he won't burn, or a protest with murder fantasies of murder by Fichtner. So murderous fantasies in Fichtner, that's a clear link. We can't expect much of the courts. Nevertheless, we have to keep fighting. We have to stand up while we still can. But we can't expect to be given right in court. Nevertheless, we need to stand together. That's why we're here. Otherwise, this whole event here would be unnecessary, fruitless, so that the law, freedom, and democracy can happen again in a changed Germany. And if you want to support me in my work on my channels, you can find an account number via which you can support me. It is always necessary for anyone who fights this fight, because they use their own assets for this. There's no Antonio Amadeo Foundation or hate that supports you, as is the case with all these criminals. They can do what they want. We can't. We can only do this if we stand together and if we support each other. And then we can look into any camera and face any confrontation, and I will continue to do that for you and for us. Support me, support us. Yesterday, we were able to see a broadcast by many colleagues, 15 of them who had to endure a lot of things already. So, in this sense, let's continue, let's keep up the good work. Gentlemen, hoping that I'm heard, you may have noticed that we don't have Martin Schwab here, who hasn't arrived yet, in order to keep swapping between the female and male voices. I would like to move on to Katja Wermer now. Just before I introduce her, a request by the technical staff. Please switch to flight mode on your mobiles, because we have a lot of interference here with the various fields here. Katja Wermer is a lawyer specializing in criminal law and family law, and she's the defense lawyer for Rainer Füllmich, and I'm very happy to have you here for the first time. An important point of contact with the speakers here today is, of course, her activity as a defense lawyer of her colleague of lawyer Dr. Rainer Füllmich. He is the founder of the well-known Corona Committee, the group who held hundreds of interviews to record the statements of many critics of the COVID committee. He provided the information long before we got official documents, when the complaints of Rainer showed the difference between the state of law and the deep corona state. He had to be indicted. An attempt was made to turn him into a criminal. What happened in detail and how things panned out, we'll hear from Katja Wermer under the title Lateral Thinker Lawyer Rainer Füllmich, a Political Trial.
Well, as you kindly announced, I will today report of my colleague Rainer Füllmich, Dr. Rainer Füllmich, who together with 3 other lawyers in spring, summer 2020, when the COVID measures reached their climax, established the Corona Committee. His companions used to be Mrs. Jana Fischer, Dr. Justus Hoffmann and Mrs. Antonia Fischer, all 4 of them lawyers. Originally, there should have been a scientific board to include Professor Hockertz and Professor Homburg. The 2 then did not participate, and this is why Dr. Wolfgang Wodak was involved as a scientific advisor who continues to run the Corona Committee together with Dr. Viviane Fischer. They listened to people affected. They actually invited scientists from all over the world. They actually launched a grand jury proceeding in winter 2022, which is still available on the website. Dr. Rainer Füllmich is not only registered in Germany, but also in the state of California. So he holds an international certification, and he also studied law for a number of years in the US. And this is why he actually wanted to position a class action against the measures fighting, in particular the PCR tests that on a global scale led to what proved to be a test pandemic. At a relatively early stage, he produced a video for this PCR test, which with famous colleagues like Beate Bahner, I'm also a part of the AFA, like Mrs. Bahner. So 130 to 140 lawyers joined forces at the Lawyers for Enlightenment, and we actually represented people affected, whereas many other colleagues actually turned down these inquiries. This is a point that I wanted to mention. Not only my mandate with this client, but I have cared for many, many people affected, represented them legally, also some doctors, like Dr. Fichtner, who's just reported. He was politically persecuted primarily, but most doctors were prosecuted because they issued mask certificates. Yes, I thought so. But as we lately saw with Dr. Witschel, a physician who was in pre-trial detention for 1 year, Dr. Habig, for instance, who did not do the COVID vaccinations but issued the certificates and was also imprisoned. These doctors are until today treated like terrorists and persecuted. They're detained, like my current client, Dr. Rainer Füllmich, the co-founder of the Corona Committee, was also present there. He himself said that he actually gained 70% of the media exposure because he also led the interviews in English. He invited international scientists, interviewed them, then actually also did the simultaneous interpretation when there were not donations available for paying for professional interpreters. And he also initiated and drove the project of the class action, which has not been successful so far. He's always being reproached with not having done anything that he had promised people, things that could not have been kept. This is not true, because I know from my own experience that COVID critics and people defending themselves against measures can hardly obtain any legal successes in court. This simply has to do with the fact that such sentences, such judgments are not wanted, they're undesired. With one patient of Dr. Habig, I've been able to achieve an acquittal, but we could sense that there was an appeal directly lodged by the state prosecutor. At times, there are still some unbiased judges, but very rarely so. So much by way of introduction. Dr. Rainer Füllmich, well, as I said, one of the main faces of the Corona Committee in spring 2022 did a 3-month tour, Crimes Against Humanity, in the US. From there, he participated in the multi-hour meetings on Friday afternoons. Dr. Viviane Fischer and Dr. Rainer Füllmich were the faces of the Corona Committee. The other two lawyers since mid or spring 21 were no longer that present. Viviane Fischer and Rainer Füllmich primarily handled the meetings, used to be the double top candidates of the Basis party, and also produced a video clip. They also initiated the grand jury, and he actually put together this project of the class action, and they simulated court proceedings for that matter. Sorry. Yes. The two did a lot for national, raising national awareness. I guess there were many of us who actually longed for the Corona Committee meeting, who watched the interviews. My client still receives innumerable letters to his prison, thanking him that he had actually saved their lives through the Corona Committee, that he had actually helped them through the horrible times of the lockdowns and the contact limitations and restrictions, where private parties and public parties were very restricted or even prohibited, where the media discouraged to have family parties, family gatherings, where Christmas family parties were limited, and where people affected were indoctrinated that they should no longer meet with unvaccinated people, let alone party with them. In this period, he and the Corona format was a tremendous help to the people affected. To keep things short, in summer 22, there was an internal argument between the individual members of the Corona Committee. Some of you will have heard about it in the alternative media. Viviane Fischer and Dr. Rainer Völmich actually fought with each other, not in one meeting, but consecutively. It started Viviana on the 2nd of September 22, Friday, where the meeting was to take place, actually reported to the public about some grievances. And from then onwards, Rainer Völmich was basically excluded from his own format. And through Roger Bittel TV, he actually defended himself, filed counterclaims. This went on for a while, which was not very helpful for the movement as such. Unfortunately, commercial law or business law matters or inconsistencies were struggled about in public. This was probably an intention, because we assume, it's not my personal context, but my colleague, the co-defense counsel, Dr. Christoph Meret, maintains contacts with so-called services and received some pieces of information. Here, again, some persons in the background most probably manipulated and caused and drove this division. This is what happened in the party called Die Basis. This was reported by party members themselves, and this is probably also what happened in the background with the Corona Committee. At the end of the day, the Corona Committee was divided. It was basically destroyed, although Viviane Fischer still runs it with the support of Dr. Wolfgang Wodak, but it no longer has the influence, nor the audience, nor the international impact it used to have. Well, of course, during the pandemic times, and also when the format was still involving the two lawyers. Above and beyond, on the 2nd of September 22, the other two co-founders actually filed a criminal charge against Rainer Völmich with the Göttingen public prosecutor. Investigation started that the client was unaware of for a long time. There were commercial law inconsistencies Ausschuss. Both Viviane and Rainer Füllmich had taken out private loans from the donation money to secure this money against expropriation, as we saw it happening with the Compact magazine. The whole property in the name of the limited company. And what used to be owned by the LTD, and I guess that the private property of Mr. Elsässer was also seized. As long as these were funds dedicated to the Compact magazine, they were confiscated. In autumn 2020, there were already rumors that the association, the society run by Professor Bhakti, the MWGFD, that you also support, that they had already witnessed such efforts being undertaken by the state. I know that at the AFA, the donation accounts were dissolved externally and the donations returned to the donors. I have postings on social media testifying to this. Professor Hockertz escaped to Switzerland during the pandemic. I do not exactly remember when, because his property was also seized. He was to be put out of action because he fought as an immunologist against the COVID vaccination. So we knew it, rumor had it at that time. And this is why Viviane Fischer and Rainer Füllmich had the idea to secure the high amounts of donations received in the accounts of the Corona Committee. And to do so, they issued loans, and Rainer actually transferred this to his private accounts and used it up privately. He initially had used his very high-priced real estate in Göttingen in a very good district of the city. This is also where he ran his lawyer's office. So he secured this money in real estate. And then from summer, there were internal struggles and controversies. Then the donations were reduced, and they had different ideas about how to use these donations. But when all people involved understand each other, then you pull in the same direction, and such different views can be solved. But if the individual protagonists no longer get along so well, then courts come in. This was the case when Dr. Fischer and Rainer Füllmich parted in a controversy, and Rainer Füllmich was demanded to pay back the part of the donation. He wanted to sell his real estate, do so, which failed because we're coming to a field now which does not directly correlate to the movement, but financial matters. At the end of the day, he was able to sell his real estate in autumn 22. The revenue from the sale of the real estate was not remitted to his own account, but to the account of lawyer Marcel Templin, with whom he cooperated for the class action. And Rainer Füllmich was no longer able to pay back the loans. In the following period, he made several attempts to regain these funds. The internal struggles and disputes were well liked externally, and finally Rainer Füllmich went to the US and actually spent several months at his ranch in California. But he has owned this since 2017, so he did not escape, or he didn't flee to the US. Also made several interviews from abroad, and then in spring 23 with his wife he traveled to Mexico, where they visited friends, and then found out after a trip to Peru, where he also made an interview with a priest, that they could not return to the US any longer. The Füllmich spouses were sort of concerned, but they were not too concerned because they had experienced trouble with visas before, because they are very strict in the US. Once you're 2 days too late, then you encounter difficulties. This was due to the dogs not getting a clearance. So they stayed in Mexico, and Rainer Füllmich actually managed his lawyer's office in Göttingen. From there, he was by all means accessible. Kanzlei Füllmich continued to exist in Göttingen, in Nikolausberg, the same district as before. He also continued employing a freelancer, a freelance lawyer, and an assistant. This all contradicts an escape and fleeing with donation money. This is what he's reproached with by the Public Prosecutor's Office. A number of lawyers contacted the Public Prosecutor and the police in Göttingen in Germany and asked for an inspection of files in the first half of 23, wanting to know whether there was a search going on for Rainer Füllmich. There were also visits paid to the lawyer's office in Göttingen by the criminal police. But obviously there was no information provided. The 3 lawyers consecutively were not allowed to inspect the files. We know that 2 other lawyers were also co-charged, which makes things easier. A third female lawyer, Dagmar Schön, was not granted inspection of files either, because from the 15th of March 23 there was a national search warrant, and from the 24th of May there was the European search warrant issued. And then the client stayed in Mexico, no longer returned to Germany, and in early October 23 he was basically tricked out in Mexico. And I can read from the inspection files, the investigators' files, because I don't want to waste too much time. I will not quote this. From the files we can read that he was tricked into the consulate. He was told in between the couple had actually lost their passports, and they were told that passports had been issued, but that there was signatures missing. But we have correspondence secured between BKA, the German Federal Office of Criminal Offences, locally working in Mexico City, and they exchanged with the German BKA. So this written correspondence is included in the files, and it shows that they wanted to apply tricks to lure the client into the consulate to detain him and expedite him. They were told there was one signature missing. In the meantime, the couple had found the passports again and said, well, we don't need the new passports anymore. They were told they had to pick them up, and Rainer Füllmich and his wife actually did comply, as good Germans do, well organized, they comply, and the couple was then detained in Tijuana on the 10th of October by 10 police officers. The wife was not expedited, although she had the same passport status. The wife was able to remain in Mexico. She spent one night in a police cell, but was then allowed to fly back to her residence. Rainer Füllmich was detained, spent one night in prison, and on the 12th or 13th of October, he was air freighted to Frankfurt on Main, and there at the airport he was detained because of the national warrant, police warrant. During the flight, he actually approached the Mexican police officers, and he was told that the flight had been paid for by the German authorities, which is sort of strange. Then on the 14th of October, 13th to 14th October, he was presented to the judge in Frankfurt on Main. This is where I met Rainer Füllmich for the first time personally, and then he was taken to the Rostov prison. This is a high security prison, highly modern, and he's imprisoned there because he comes from Göttingen and has his office there, and also lived there until he left for California and Mexico. Now he's been in pre-trial detention for over 9 months, which is not a lot compared with the Prinz-Reuss group, because they had been in pre-trial prison for over 1 year before a charge was brought before court. The court here is a lot faster. They're putting this under time pressure. On the 17th of November 23, the charge was passed, and the large chamber, commercial chamber, admitted the criminal charge because it was about the commercial cases, and he is actually charged with infidelity, and this is always used as a charge in commercial law when money has not been paid back immediately, or when you assume that a shareholder was not willing to pay back. The court assumes that he was always able to pay back but not willing to pay back, and that at the end of the day he could actually not pay back these amounts because the revenue from the sale never ended up in his account. So these are the details. But the proceedings as such, there are some inconsistencies. Until now, you could say, well, when somebody embezzles donations, this can happen, and this can also be decided by a court. And there are not so many things to be criticized. But the kidnapping in Mexico without a legal basis, then there's the order to expedite. It was not even translated into German, it was still in Spanish, so the court never looked at it, because the court language here is, of course, German, so it should have been translated by a certified translator. So the legal basis on which this kidnapping and expedition was based was never looked at by by the German courts. We've seen the 22nd day of proceedings, the large chamber. Since the 3rd of May, so this is for 3 months, has refused a further presentation of evidence. The evidence of the defense counsels are refused. We actually heard 2 witnesses in presence, 2 friends of Rainer Füllmich. They were actually heard in the latest meeting. But apart from that, the presentation of evidence is refused largely. And that since the 3rd of May, we've not heard any witnesses. But the proceedings are still ongoing. The court no longer assumes that there were loan contracts. So the actual facts of the case were exchanged. They said that these were bogey contracts. Viviane and Fischer, who actually mutually assigned themselves for the UUG, which only reached the establishment status. But I don't want to comment on the details here. And they mutually assigned each other. And although they were fully fledged lawyers, the court says these were only trustee contracts and no proper contracts. And just by the fact that somebody actually secures the money by buying real estate that first needs to be sold to return the money, actually explains that this is a case of infidelity. It does not look like a neutral proceeding. There was many proposals. Many said that the judges were biased, but this was all refused. And a lot of evidence could not be presented. Dr. Christoph Misery from Cologne, who's also a defense counsel in this proceedings and has contacts with the so-called services, has parts of a dossier, he submitted parts of a dossier, and I can actually quote some of the details. I cannot comment on this sufficiently, but I suppose if the colleague has these contacts and has this evidence from a serious source, a dossier which is put together from various documents, describes Rainer Füllmich's past. Before the COVID pandemic, he was not very popular with banks and big groups of companies. He had many scrap real estate cases that he looked after, and he filed criminal charges against banks and big groups of companies. And for years, Rainer Füllmich had no bank accounts or trustee accounts that he received for his office, because he actually filed charges against the Hypo-Bank, Deutsche Bank, etc. for years. And what happened to many doctors during the critical doctors during the pandemic, he was not able to establish bank accounts. All the bank accounts were cancelled or terminated. People affected know that the argument used is always money laundering, and that we know that the protection, the Office for the Protection of the Constitution is quickly involved. The colleague who managed the first bank account for the Corona Committee also had his account cancelled. It was Tobias Weißenborn. His whole family's account was cancelled. Even the older mother had her account cancelled. And the whole family was basically put in clan detention only because he actually managed the Corona Committee's account. The dossier contains all of his activities in the Corona Committee, that he established this committee, that he prepared the international class action, and that he so showed political activities because he was a member of the Die Basis party and was basically was one of the two top candidates of Die Basis party, and they simulated what would happen if they were elected. Then he was also involved in the diesel scandal a long time before the COVID pandemic. So he's always been a lawyer that has been unpleasant and fighting for the small people. He has always been an enemy of the system of large industry. This dossier says that a construction of offenses was to be made to prevent eligibility into political office. So I am already reminded of the time, and well, when you're a lawyer in criminal law, and then you often forget about time. So this is the status quo. We think that the court wants to pass a sentence, and they always speak about a severe imprisonment. We do hope that we can actually avert this way, one way or the other, but there are very clear signs. Oh yeah, let me say something about the detention conditions. This is the most striking thing to note. My client has been in Roosdorf in solitary confinement for several weeks now. The prison management said that this was not the case. It was just an isolation, but he's the so-called Auffangstation with higher security conditions, no contact with any other co-prisoners. He provided legal services. Well, as a lawyer, of course, you're always active, and then, of course, help other prisoners and give them tips and tricks how they can defend themselves legally. So this was strongly disliked. This was classified as incitement. So he's only allowed to make a telephone call with me when the other prisoners are not in a public space. And he now has different telephone times. He actually makes telephone calls at 5, and he has to call me at 30 past 4, and he's only allowed to leave his cell for an hour in pre-trial detention. He was only allowed to do so alone, and for a few days he has even been forbidden to do this at all because they were afraid that he could actually establish contact through windows with other prisoners. And for the main trial days in the Göttingen court, he not only has to appear shackled with shackled hands, treated as if he was severely dangerous, he even obtains shackles on his feet, and the transport is accompanied by several patrol cars, and for each transport he has to sign that he does not want to wear an armored vest because there could have been an attempt to liberate him, and the police men accompanying him wear such vests, and they are actually equipped with machine guns. And all visitors are, of course, screened like at the airport. It reminds me of having a terrorist as a client, a RAF terrorist, but not a lawyer who does not have a criminal record whatsoever.
Well, thank you very much. Please bear with me for allowing the lawyer to rant on a bit, but that's information that we wouldn't normally get. To get our interpreters off the hook, we should now have a male voice, Mr. Simond. He's also a lawyer and works in the field of IT law, criminal law. He's a member of AFA, Lawyers for Enlightenment, and he's a member of an organization for scientists and physicians for democracy. They see themselves as enlighteners. And Mr. Sigmund tried to find out how it is possible that in supposed states of law, the checks and balances can be circumvented, as we heard from Heinrich earlier, so that those who blow the whistle on certain abuses are victimized. Well, thank you very much for the introduction. May I introduce myself? My name is Edgar Simond. I am a lawyer in Germany. I'm a licensed lawyer. I would like to refer back to the last press conference we held here, and even back then I indicated how state structures are created, or maybe structures are circumvented that should be in place. It was about the educational right of parents that I saw as a natural law, and that has been undermined. And I would like to speak about the state prosecution of people who enlighten others. Let me start my presentation with a quote. We see a peak in crimes directed at our society. We also see escalation of political aggression with ever more excesses against citizens who are politically engaged. Who could have said this? If we look back at the last 4 years, then we all still remember when policemen dragged elderly ladies around on demonstration, where pepper spray was used when a small child is in the immediate vicinity. We all know these examples, and we could add a plethora of more such examples. All of this by black masked deputies. I was a victim of such an excess where my client was severely injured. All these are crimes against people who are committed and engaged in order to maintain the democratic system. And when it comes to excesses against individuals who fight for democracy, we have the raid of compact. Even Handelsblatt can no longer write good German anymore because the word
Warten Sie kurz, Komitee Zweifel an der Rechtmäßigkeit des Verbots des rechtsextremen Compact-Magazins geäußert und Konsequenzen gefordert, sollte die Maßnahme vor Gericht scheitern. Ja. In der Überschrift fehlt ein S.
There's an S missing.
Nämlich FDP-Vize bringt wegen Compact-Verbots Rücktritt von Faeser ins Spiel.
It says FDP Vice Chair
Vielleicht haben andere mittlerweile anderes gelernt. Ich halte es
brings Faeser into play for reasons of the compact ban, and that should be a genitive case in German ban. It's missing an S there.
Ein Bier für mich.
I should at least get a beer or two for pointing that. One for Heinrich as well. So we have to assume that this quote can only come from a critic of the state authorities. But no, this is the press release by Federal Minister of the Interior of the 21st of May 2024, who was referring to something different here, of course. She was saying that the largest number of crimes was committed by right-wing extremists, and she wants to protect citizens from right-wing extremists. But in her press release, she points out one important detail. She points out the even higher figures of political crime motivated by COVID demonstrations. So those are the crimes of the people who demonstrated against the COVID measures. How these high figures came to pass is obvious. A German citizen who's still deluded can well understand, because they still believe what the government has made democracy to be by now. One could really think of turning of facts, turning upside down of facts. So let's do a bit of sophism here. Democracy, as described today, is an unword. The confusion of victim and perpetrator is only possible because they only look at the apparent, at what's apparent. They never ask about the why. All these high crime rates are due to the fact that people are criminalized when people are to be made to believe that the government is always right, and those who observe this development realize that it's not in their best interest, and that it is implemented against the will of the citizen, and that is what leading politicians do in this country. On some quotes, Baerbock, a foreign minister, in the context of 2022, in the context of the Ukrainian crisis. No matter what my voters think, I'm standing by Ukraine. We have another quote by Mr. Scholz. In Time Magazine 2022, he said, if you are a good leader, you listen to the people, but you never believe that the people want exactly what they ask for. So why would I listen to the people? And Mr. Juncker, former EU president of the EU Commission, back from 1999, but it's still very topical because it is consistent. We decide on something, put it out there, and wait what happens. If there's no big outcry and no outrage, because most don't understand what's happening, then we go on step by step until there's no turning back. And that is where the EU and Germany are now. There is supposed to be no turning back. All of this is underpinned by the means that the current cast of politicians is using to identify and neutralize potential opponents before their poisonous thoughts can take root in the population. You might think that politicians have watched the movie Minority Report once too often because that movie implies that in the plot, authorities can predict what people will do going forward, which crimes they will commit. And this is why unacceptable, irresponsible activities of the authorities are justified. So our secret services fight an advanced war against potential perpetrators. So that excludes certain citizens from the state of law. Professor, there is a presentation on what is democracy, what does it serve for, given in front of the German Institute of Lawyers, said that a tendentious legislation will lead to tyranny. Let me quote some of the things from this presentation. We have a decision from the year 2010, repeated in 2018. Let me read it out to you. This is about what are citizens allowed to say in the states. In 2010, the Constitutional Court said the possible confrontation with disquieting opinions, even if they are dangerous when thought through, and even if they are targeted at a fundamental revolution of the current situation, are part of the democracy. And that really brings goosebumps up. A potential confrontation with disquieting ideas, even if they are dangerous when thought through, and even if they are targeted at a fundamental revolution, are part of a free state. It continues, even the protection of the psychological climate, nor the protection of the population against totalitarian ideologies, nor a potential threat to democracy are a right, are justification to deny people the right of freedom of speech. Of course, you can always say citizens can use the law of the country to fight these trends. That's what we have courts for. And that takes us to the topic. Now, which are these means, particularly the mechanisms that influence these means, the means of the state of law to fend off such excesses are the courts. This is where citizens find justice. What does the Constitution say on this? Judges are independent and only subject to the law. This is only half the truth, of course, because the old judge has another part of judgment. It's his conscience, because the judge swears to pass justice to the best of his conscience and only to uphold the truth, not lies. Now let's take a look at how independent our courts are. And I'll speak about the highest courts in the land in order to see how independent they are using their rulings. How can you become a Supreme Justice with the Federal Administrative Court, for instance, on the military court? In the selection phase,
Danke, Artikel 94. In der Auswahlphase eine Entscheidung zugunsten eines Primus inter ist in der Auswahlphase eine Entscheidung zugunsten eines Primus
There must be
inter
a decision made in favor of a primus inter pares. This is where we are. Judges are independent. We've seen that.
Ist der Auswahlphase eine Entscheidung zugunsten eines der Auswahlprozess,
The selection process must be made on the basis on primus inter pares, i.e. the best among others. Is that the case? Because according to Article 94 of the Constitution, the judges of the Supreme Court are elected, or the Constitutional Court are elected 50% of them by the Senate, half of them by Parliament, by the House of Commons, as it were.
Denn hier entscheidet gleich der jeweilige Ressortminister.
Here, for other highest courts in land, it is the competent minister who will be appointed judge. You can see that the top judges are all appointed according to partisan lines. So we can actually call into doubt their independence, because which government would establish a judge as the head of a highest court who is of the opposing political camp, thus having an influence, of course, on the entire court? So we can see that the bias of courts is already enshrined in law. And we also have to add the fact that the facts as they are to be presented to citizens are also politically dominated. I can't help going back to the COVID period, because we've seen so many examples and continue to see so many examples that despite contrary knowledge, we can see that political influence reaches everywhere. Again, we see a perversion of this principle. This is confirmed by the fact that the former Federal Chancellor Merkel, who said that there should be absolute primacy of politics, even when your own personal life is affected. On the 21st of January 2021, she said in a press conference, but there are political fundamental decisions that have nothing to do with science in all of this, and these political decisions are the ones that I took, and I can still read the scientific studies. So you just skip scientific knowledge for political reasons. And you can all read up on the RKI files what happened on the basis of this. Science follows political direction rather than the other way around. So the political agenda is implemented. Any opposition is smothered, no matter whether it's judges who are immediately taken out of circulation if they oppose the government. Remember Judge Detmar, or citizens who take their rights to demonstrate and who are bullied by the police to an extent that they will never go back demonstrating again. There was an essay by the political scientist Philip Marlowe entitled Crise of Democracy. Do courts have too much power? I never read the book that this refers to. It's called Under Observation, Liberal Democracy and Its Friends. But the essay has a statement, includes a statement that sounds like a declaration of war to anyone who's interested in democracy. The law programs politics increasingly, and not the other way around. So you have to ask the question, who protects politics from the law? And it continues like this. At a general level, it can be stated that an increased function of courts with the control function of parliaments reduces the importance of parliaments. It has to be added that this is in flux. If that wasn't the case, women still wouldn't have the right to vote, and homosexuals would still be imprisoned. And what about the media? We have to differentiate here between the old and the new media. The old media, during the COVID period, have been willing supporters of these policies, looking abroad, where the situation was similar. Mark Wallner, with his COVID red line, red phone, is kept in constant contact with the government, as a Swiss newspaper wrote. And you have to ask from at what point it goes from willing to devout. Historians have to answer this question, but I can only point out individual examples. Independence and investigative journalism was no-go in Germany, and this is why the new media emerged. Stadtzeitung, one example. Many of them really performed investigative journalism, trying to dry out the swamp that had started to spread across the German mass media. What do we learn from this? Democracy must be able to defend itself against the power grabbing tendencies of politicians and powerful people. It also has to be able to defend itself against the so-called fourth in the state, the media. This means that the social basis has to have control of the elites. So democracy means control of elites and limit their power. We need to create new institutions for that, new mechanisms, in order for the grassroots to take influence on the leading elites, not only to control them, but also to replace them if they don't perform their functions anymore. These smallest units are the municipalities. They are the embodiment of the will of the people, and they represent the principle of subsidiarity that is the only principle that can limit the ever-increasing power of the elites. How we can do that is worthy of a symposium of its own, because if we can find a solution here, then on the one hand we won't have a need to demonstrate anymore, because the will of the people will be implemented via the municipalities anyway, and this democratic process will be supported by all. On the other hand, the power and the concentration of money is also controlled this way, which is one of the main ways of influencing politics. Let me mention the example of foundations owned by private investors and who influence at the highest levels of national, international, and supranational organizations. So take these words as an appeal to jointly dry out the swamps, to allow truth to be spread, and to inform the population about which mechanisms stop them from realizing the truth. Thank you for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that the latest speaker has arrived too. Mr. Schwab, he's here. He is a defense lawyer in economic and criminal law, a member of AFA and the MFG with the MWGFD, the qualifications and qualities of a person like Martin Schwab are desperately needed in these times. And we have, of course, tendencies. We have all those who threaten us. We can hear a lot about this. There is a group of elderly gentlemen who managed to buy unusable weapons, and then there was interesting material about illegal doings in Germany. These processes that were put into place are the ones that Martin Schwab fights. His speech is on current challenges for the legal representation of government critics.
Okay, ja, guten Tag. Erstmal muss ich meine Verspätung entschuldigen. Ich hätte gestern Abend schon anreisen sollen. Ich hatte Vorlesung bis 19 Uhr. 19:33 Uhr hätte der Zug mit zweimal Umsteigen fahren sollen und schon der erste dieser aus. Thank you for the Bahn today. Take care and goodbye.
Well, I have to apologize for arriving so late. I was going to take a train last night and it was cancelled, so I had to get a substitute connection today, which was relatively punctual at 1:42 or so. There was a bit of tolerance, and then had to organize a few things. First of all, I wasn't told that I have to cycle here, and secondly, well, there was a bit of excitement. Legal Tribune Online of the 1st of January, of the 1st of August, yesterday announced that they will publicize an article by Compact, and it says that Martin Schwab was one of the publishers, and this was going to be observed by the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, and I had to look into this. And of course, my university inquired as well, but they told me that they will defend my freedom of opinion, but they're very keen on making sure that I don't have any opinion, or that I don't spread any opinions, such as there is no state of law or democracy anymore. And we can't say that really, because if we didn't have that, then we wouldn't have this symposium. And if you do the same thing in Poland, then you will be immediately have the police breathing down your neck. Well, similar things happen here, of course, but to claim that we don't have any democracy anymore or freedom of speech, that's not correct. So I made it clear that I can't have responsibility for everything that is published by this medium, but only for what I write, my text, and I looked up the imprint, and I'm listed as one of the editorial staff, and I think that is not quite right, and I spoke to the editor-in-chief. We have to change this. A member of the editorial staff could be interpreted such that somebody is there in an editorial office and signs off on all the text published. That is certainly not the case. What is this about in my presentation? I don't need to open the laptop. It's shown here. How does that work now? I need to press the big button. Okay, I'm really a great techie. I'm real stupid user, an IT expert would say. Okay, we deal with people, among judges, with people who were very unwilling to support any presentation that was opposed to what the government said. What could be the cause of that? Well, I'll go straight for the jugular. The states of Saarland and Rheinland-Palatinate held a training seminar with this content here. Right citizens, Corona denies conspiracy theories and their supporters as a challenge and danger for the judiciary. That was the title. I pressed the wrong button. Now I'm right here. I'll learn it at some stage. I wasn't able to undergo all the training here, the induction, because of running late and all. So, right citizens and COVID deniers are all equated all the way to conspiracy theories, and the risk presented by these people is to be pointed out. That could be something that triggered the safety precautions held at taken for demonstrations of COVID demonstrations that you would expect with right-wing radical demonstrations, such as scanning ID cards, which is, there's no legal basis for that as far as I know. This is certainly contrary to data privacy. And they need to learn how to handle these people. I would dare say they said, okay, those are subhuman people, you don't need to take them seriously. That would be a challenge for journalists to find out what judges were taught at this seminary. But judges who participated in this seminary and don't have the right critical opinion, they have an expectation, they expect to be told what to do, and they've executed them. Then this Christian Detmer, this judge who had mentioned already, had declared the mask and test requirement at a school in Thuringia to be detrimental to the child's welfare. The result was that the Erfurt Regional Court considered this decision to be a criminal offense of obstruction of justice because he had, this judge had been in contact with the parents affected. That is normal that for a judge to do in this kind of case, but he was supposed to be biased because he had spoken to the parents first, and he was sentenced to 2 years probation. That's not yet final, this judgment. It will be reviewed on the 28th of August. Now I wonder, why does that happen just before the state elections in Thuringia, Brandenburg, and Saxony? Now imagine they rescind on the sentence. They're null and void, but it's, of course, the appeal was lodged by the public prosecutor, so they want to have an even higher sentence. And if this was rescinded now, that would be, of course, a support for the AfD, for the right-wing party, and that would bring more voters their way, of course. So I hope that they weren't thinking of anything when they picked this timing. Literature has criticized this. Some scientific authorities, for instance, a judge of the Constitutional Court in Saxony, she said, and a colleague of her were wrong here again, they criticized this very well. They said, you are absolutely biased if you start a case to protect children. That is what you do ex office. And
wirft die Frage auf,
The experts were all from the critical side. Well, they asked what
die Bundesregierung hat beraten lassen, das war ja eine Einseitigkeit.
wasn't it unilateral that the federal government heard only alarmists during the COVID pandemic? So this can never be the basis for a bias. Then it was there was a complaint that the government of Thuringia didn't have much time for a defense, but you should hope that the government could give robust evidence at the push of a button even if they take these drastic measures. In a case in Bautzen, where there is a case from 2021, we have parliamentary inquiries, and the results is in August of 2021, the state government felt it's necessary to turn the hospitalization incidence into the pandemic indicator. So how many people have been submitted to hospital with COVID? And it turns out that in this period, particularly when we're talking towards November, so when we had these edicts, 3.3% of cases were hospitalized, and 96.7% of COVID cases, there was no hospitalization. So, I have to go back, backtrack a bit. So the judgment against Christmann Detmar is a crass misjudgment, and I hope that Karlsruhe has taken the same view and sends this judgment where it belongs, i.e. onto the dung pile of history. But I'm not alone in criticizing this. We have long since given up trying to use the authority evidence as the yardstick to be applied here. But of course, it's good that you're not alone when you feel that this is wrong. I am a professor for civil law, really. But the result is, anyway, that the courts can have only performed the job in a very foreshortened way. So courts and administration are not allowed to order anything that is predicted by law. And if the administration doesn't go along with this, then citizens have the right to go to court, effective legal protection. And that means that administrative actions and government actions are fully reviewed. There may be exceptions. If you have a poor grade in German, you can't ask a court to upgrade this grade, but there is limited potential for review, like if you can complain that your teacher never read your essays, for instance. And if you have Section 4 of the Infection Protection Act, for instance, if you take a closer look at it, it says that the RKI is the National Infection Protection Authority, and that it cooperates with other such institutions, that it collects data and analyzes them. And that is a description of a task. And that's what we learned early on in our studies at law school, that this does not lead to any authority, executive powers. And that is something that you really would have flunked you in law school in your third term if you'd done what the German authorities did here. And this doctrine, the RKA is always right, and it's obvious that their publications were not always in line with their internal discussions, and above all, RKA always bent to the politicians' demands. The Welt newspaper wrote about the day that RKA betrayed science when it says that indicators are rejected, such values such as incidence, but they are demanded by politicians. So these measures are not scientific, but they're politically motivated. I can only conclude this, that decisions must be based on science, and that decisions against scientific evidence are unconstitutional. And of course, they could have asked the RKI logs without any blackening. Pity that it didn't happen. And there is no appeal in the Constitutional Court. Also, the pandemic of the unvaccinated, I showed it here. Factually, that's incorrect. But the minister said at every press conference, we can't correct that anymore.
Auf gut Deutsch, da hat man eine perfide Ausgrenzungspropaganda einfach laufen lassen. Weiter geht's. Folgerung für die Rechtsanwendung, die Doktrin. Das RKI hat immer Recht, war verwaltungsrechtlich zu keinem Zeitpunkt begründbar. Die Protokolle des RKI müssen wir vor allen Dingen da in Geltung bringen, wo kritische Ärzte verfolgt worden sind. Da gibt es ja immer noch Verfahren wegen angeblich falscher Maskenatteste und falscher Impfbescheinigungen und weiß der Geier was alles. Und den Gericht muss eben deutlich gemacht werden, dass die Politik sich bewusst über wissenschaftliche, da fehlten und Gesetzmäßigkeiten hinweggesetzt hat. Das wird allerdings ein bisschen dauern, denn das führt ja für die Gerichte nicht dazu, dass sie einfach ihre Rechtsprechung ändern, sondern die müssen ihr Weltbild korrigieren, wenn sie auf einmal sehen, ach du große Mist, das stimmt ja hinten alles und vorne nicht. Das bedeutet ja, die müssen sich eingestehen, wir haben uns hier hinter die Fichte, wie so schön, hinter den Fichtner führen lassen. So, und wir müssen vor allen Dingen etwas uns eingestehen, was wir uns als Richter nicht gerne eingestehen, nämlich dass eine Regierung, dass die Fehler macht, das gehört zur Sozialisation eines Juristen dazu, dafür gibt es ja dann Gerichte, die das korrigieren. Aber dass eine Regierung ihr ganzes Volk belügt, und das muss ich auch als Beamter sagen dürfen, weil es ja nun liquide beweisbar ist, und erst in den Lockdown und dann in ein gefährliches Impfexperiment treibt, sowas kommt in der Vorstellungswelt eines sozialisierten deutschen Juristen nicht vor. Das einem Richter nahezubringen, fordert also einige psychologische Sensibilität. Aktuelle Urteile machen da erstmal wenig Hoffnung, dass das kurzfristig gelingt. Bundesarbeitsgericht noch im Juni, ungeimpfte Altenpflegerin darf ohne Lohn freigestellt werden. Bundesverwaltungsgericht im ersten Lockdown durften große Einzelhandelsgeschäfte dicht gemacht werden. OLG Braunschweig, da gab es so einen Pseudo-Corona-Ausbruch da an der Groner Straße in Göttingen, da haben sie Leute unter Blockquarantäne mit Abriegelung gestellt, gibt kein Schmerzensgeld, weil war ja erforderlich, weil die hätten das Haus mit der Quarantäneverfügung sowieso nicht verlassen dürfen und außerdem war ja alles ganz gefährlich und die bringen uns alle die Seuche. Ja, also das braucht eine gewisse Zeit, bis wir die Gerichte soweit haben, dass sie sich diesen ja nun völlig konträren aktuellen Erkenntnissen öffnen. Ne? Also, aber wir müssen einfach dranbleiben. So, gesteuerte mediale Vorverurteilung. Das ist eine ganz besondere Herausforderung und jetzt gehe ich mal auf den Prozess ein, den Aris mir gerade schon erwähnt hat, der Prinz Reuß Prozess. Ach, oh mein Gott. Oh meine Fresse. Das ist das. Das ist dir klar, ne? Das heißt also, okay, ich meine, dass ich hier mich mit jedem Wort lebenslang erpressbar mache, das wusste ich, aber, aber jetzt auch noch im Ausland. Naja, okay. Ja, nee, ich habe hier. Okay, ich muss langsamer reden. Oh, schwer. Da muss ich mal gucken, wo ich dann welche Folien ich dann überblättern muss, weil ich nämlich Angst habe, dass ich sonst meinen Zeitbudget überschreite. Ja, okay. So, gut. Also dieses Zwischengelaber muss ja auch nicht unbedingt übersetzt werden, das ist ja nicht wichtig, sondern dieser Prinz-Reuß-Prozess, was ist das für ein Prozess nochmal für, wenn das jetzt ins Ausland übersetzt wird, muss ich vielleicht ein bisschen erklären, worum es da geht. Da wird einer Gruppe von aktuell 26 Angeklagten, es gibt weitere, gegen die ermittelt wird, aber die 26, die jetzt unter Anklage stehen, die sitzen gerade in Untersuchungshaft. Gegen die wird der Vorwurf erhoben, sie hätten einen bewaffneten Überfall auf den Bundestag geplant und hätten die Regierung stürzen wollen. Mit Gewalt, mit Waffengewalt. So, die meisten dieser Menschen sind teilweise deutlich in der zweiten Lebenshälfte. Und deswegen hat die AfD-Abgeordnete Alice Weidel diesem Unterfangen den Spitznamen Rollatorputsch verliehen. So. Der Zugriff, der zur Inhaftierung führte, war am 7.12.2022 und es war nicht nur eine große Anzahl an Polizeibeamten, bundesweit 3000 waren im Einsatz vor Ort, sondern die Medien, die aus den Ermittlungsakten die Privatanschriften erkannt hatten, also erfahren hatten, mitgeteilt bekommen hatten, die waren schon vor Ort und haben das gefilmt. Auch gefilmt, wie da der Prinz Reuß da mit seiner Tweetjacke da aus seinem Frankfurter Objekt rausgeführt wird. Die Verteidigung von Prinz Reuß hat gesagt, diese Tweetjacke ist das wohl meist fotografierte Kleidungsstück des Jahres 2023 gewesen. Ja, also, das heißt also, man stelle sich das mal bei einem RAF-Zugriff vor. Ja? Wenn da nur eine undichte Stelle ist, dann gibt das bei diesen Leuten, die ja nun wirklich bis an die Zähne bewaffnet waren, ein Blutbad. Ja? Das heißt also, die Frage ist, wenn das vorher verraten wurde, wie gefährlich hat man diese Gruppe wirklich eingeschätzt? Ja? So, und da haben wir jetzt einen Polizeibeamten, der die Durchsuchung geleitet hat, vernommen. Das war einer, der sehr gute Aussagen gemacht hat, der auch einen sehr guten Eindruck als Zeuge hinterlassen hat. Der hat erstens gesagt, der Prinz Reuß habe sich komplett kooperativ verhalten, dem hat man nicht mal Handschellen anlegen müssen. Von wegen also bis an die Zähne bewaffneten Terroristen. Das meiste, was man an Waffen gefunden hat, waren Jagdwaffen. Also ich weiß nicht, ob man mit einer Schrotflinte den Bundestag stürmen kann. Ich glaube es eher nicht, aber ich verstehe von Terrorismus zu wenig zum Glück. Ja, so. Und er hat bei seiner Vernehmung auf meine Frage angegeben, es passiere viel zu oft. Ich habe ihn gefragt, wie oft passiert das, dass die Medienvertreter schon vorher anwesend sind. Er sagt, viel zu oft. Da ärgert es sich auch jedes Mal selber drüber, aber er kann es nicht ändern und muss er dann seine Aufgabe erfüllen. Ja, und das ist jetzt nicht wie Hannah Arendt, Banalität des Bösen, ich fühle Befehle aus, sondern das war wirklich, das hat man ihm angenommen, dass er sagt, das ist alles nicht zielführend, das gehört da nicht hin. Ja, und das jüngste Beispiel haben wir ja gesehen, Jürgen Elsässer im Bademantel. Ja, auch da für das Ausland, da ist eine Zeitung verboten worden, die regierungskritische Inhalte verbreitet hat. Moment, bin ich wieder zu schnell gewesen. Da kam morgens um 6 Uhr die Polizei zur Durchsuchung. Jürgen Elsässer, der Spiritus Rector, der Hauptherausgeber hinter dieser Zeitung, öffnete im Bademantel und klick waren die Kameras zur Stelle, die natürlich auch vorher informiert worden waren. Jetzt hat natürlich Nancy Faeser sich darüber aufgeregt, dass dieser Durchsuchungsbeschluss vorher durchgesteckt worden sei und da werde man intern ermitteln. Ich halte das für gespielt. Ich glaube, die hat nur aus der Prinz-Reuß-Nummer gelernt, dass wenigstens der Anschein von Empörung gewahrt bleiben muss, damit die Leute nicht anfangen, misstrauisch zu werden. Also ich glaube, der Frau Faeser nicht ein einziges Wort. Ja, so. Und das Ziel kann es nur sein, eine mediale Vorverurteilung zu befeuern. Die Menschen kommen an den Pranger, ohne dass überhaupt eine Anklage erhoben worden ist, geschweige denn ein Gerichtsverfahren stattgefunden hätte oder ein Urteil gesprochen worden wäre. Ja? So. Im Prinz-Reuß-Prozess passiert es ständig, dass Ermittlungsergebnisse Generalbundesanwalts an die Medien durchgestochen werden. Und jetzt werde ich sehr ausführlich auf eine ARD-Dokumentation eingehen vom 5.12.23. Das war 3 Tage bevor die Anklage erhoben wurde. Und wie wir gleich sehen werden, das war im Prinzip nichts anderes als eine Verfilmung der Anklageschrift. Ich gehe deswegen so nachdrücklich darauf ein, weil ich gestützt auf diese Vorverurteilung, die durch Medienindiskreten überhaupt erst ermöglicht wurde, einen Antrag gestellt habe, dass das Verfahren nach § 260 Absatz 3 StPO wegen eines unbehebbaren Verfahrensmangels, weil faires Verfahren so nicht mehr stattfinden kann, eingestellt wird. Was das Gericht daraus gemacht hat, lese ich gleich vor, habe ich hier schon liegen. So, da steht es dann, dieser Film erzählt die Geschichte eines unglaublichen Komplotts. Das heißt, da wird schon in der ersten Minute gesagt, das war so, dieses Komplott hat es gegeben. Ja, es darf niemals hinterfragt werden, hätte ich jetzt mit Herrn Wieler gerade gesagt. Ja, so, und dann heißt es, unsere Interviewanfragen bei BKA, Bundesgesundheitsministerium und so weiter, werden alle abgelehnt. Bundesjustizministerium, Entschuldigung, ja, mit Hinweis auf laufende Verfahren. Dennoch gelingt es uns, Kontakt in Ermittlerkreise aufzunehmen. Wir können uns interne Akten einsehen, sprechen mit Zeugen. Daraus machen wir uns ein eigenes Bild. Ja? Das heißt, oben geben sie die große Diskretion, unten singen die Vögelchen. Und zwar so intensiv, dass man sich die Frage stellt, ob man die Vögelchen vielleicht hat singen lassen. Ja? Ich gehe mal ein bisschen weiter. Ich habe da noch ein paar mehr Zitate. Um das nämlich zurück zur Monarchie zu erreichen, wirft die Gruppe den Bundestag stürmen, bewaffnete Aufstände auslösen. Davon ist die Bundesanwaltschaft überzeugt. Klammer auf, die Bundesanwaltschaft, die gerade noch gesagt hat, wir geben kein Interview. So, dann wieder aus Kreisen der Ermittler wissen, mehrere Ex-Offiziere und bla bla. Ja. Oder internen Aussagen der Ermittler zufolge gibt es und so weiter. Oder ein 60-köpfiges Kommando habe hier in Handschellen einige Leute abführen sollen. So die Bundesanwaltschaft, die gerade noch gesagt hat, wir geben kein Interview. Dann für viele militante Verschwörungsanhänger ist der Tod der Königin ein Zeichen, dass man nun laut schlagen müsse. Laut Ermittlerkreisen sind nun vor allem die Militärs der Meinung, jetzt müssen wir zuschlagen. Ja, das kann man ja alles danach lesen auf der Präsentation. Ja. So. Und in diesen Tagen sind die Ermittler alarmiert. Ja, also das waren nur die bekanntesten Zitate. Es gibt weitere Zitate, die die Indiskretionen belegen. Was ich damit sagen will, ist, alleine mit dieser ARD-Doku, habe ich gesagt, ist ein faires Verfahren nicht mehr möglich. Was schreibt mir das OLG dazu? Dass es hier keinen Grund gäbe für Verfahrenseinstellung. Es ist nicht ersichtlich, so das Oberlandesgericht, dass die mediale Berichterstattung über das Verfahren zu einer durch die Gestaltung des gerichtlichen Verfahrens nicht mehr kompensierbaren Preisgabe rechtsstaatlich unverzichtbare Verfahrensrechte oder eines Angeklagten geführt hätte, welche einer Fortführung des Verfahrens als Verfahrenshindernis entgegenstünde. Insbesondere kann nicht davon ausgegangen, noch einmal für die Übersetzung, stopp, noch einmal dieser Satz mit insbesondere. Insbesondere kann ohne das Hinzutreten weiterer hier nicht ersichtlicher Umstände nicht davon ausgegangen werden, dass die Entscheidungsfreiheit der zur Entscheidungsfindung berufenen Berufsrichter durch die mediale Berichterstattung eingeschränkt wird. Die weiteren Umstände, habe ich gesagt, es waren die Indiskretionen. Die werden mit keinem Wort erwähnt. Wird einfach kalt weggelächelt. No? Und die Medien können es bis heute nicht lassen. Weitere Beispiele habe ich hier. Tagesschau vom 6.6. Observationsprotokolle, die WDR und NDR einsehen konnten. Weiter muss ich gar nicht lesen. Ja. Die Präsentation stelle ich gerne den Anwesenden auch hinterher zur Verfügung. Ich habe nichts zu verbergen, aber sie sind immer auch eingeladen, das abzufotografieren. Also da mache ich keine Urheberrechte dran geltend. Das ist hier, je weiter das hier verbreitet wird, umso besser. Ja, okay, wunderbar. So, dann Tagesschau vom 30.01. Ja, da geht es darum, dass die Gruppe sich von dem Motiv hat leiten lassen, sie wolle den rituellen Kindesmissbrauch satanischer Eliten in unterirdischen Tunnelsystemen bekämpfen. Das wird in der Anklageschrift auch so vorgetragen, aber natürlich gleich als Verschwörungsideologie abgetan. Und da lesen wir halt dann, dass bei einem mutmaßlichen Führungsmitglied der Gruppe fanden die Ermittler eine Liste mit Namen von Beschäftigten des schweizerischen Gesundheitssystems, und dortigen Ärzten sowie eine Liste deutscher Politiker und Medienvertreter. So, heißt auf gut Deutsch, ähm, man hat denen wieder die Ermittlungsakte gezeigt. Ja? Einer der Autoren dieses Beitrags hat mich, bevor dieser Bericht erschien, mit einer Presseanfrage konfrontiert und mich mit einigen Detailfragen bombardiert, die man so überhaupt nur stellen konnte, wenn man die Ermittlungsakte gelesen hatte. Ich habe selbstverständlich nicht darauf geantwortet, denn Einlassungen zur Sache gibt es von meiner Mandantin nur im Gerichtssaal und nicht außerhalb. Ja? Ja? Wir nehmen deswegen auch auf Medienberichterstattung keinen Einfluss. Wir beantworten allerdings Presseanfragen, wenn überhaupt nur, wenn eine faire Berichterstattung gewährleistet ist. Also als der Südkurier mich fragte, ob ich denn dazu Stellung nehmen möchte, wie es meiner Meinung nach in der Untersuchungshaft gehe, habe ich gesagt, naja, nee, also dem Südkurier gegenüber entbindet mich meine Mandantin nicht von meiner Schweigepflicht. Das wird gegenüber der Stadtzeitung dann möglicherweise anders sein, weil da eine andere Berichterstattung stattfindet. Aber der Südkurier hat leider zu viele Gehässigkeiten über meine Mandantin verbreitet, als dass man da in die dortige Berichterstattung noch vertrauen könnte. So, einer der Stuttgarter Angeklagten im Prinz-Reuß-Prozess, der hat gegen RTL eine einstweilige Verfügung erwirkt. Und zwar mit dem Ziel, berichtet bitte in Zukunft nur noch verpixelt mit meinem Bild. Verpixelt also bitte mein Bild, macht es unkenntlich. Das Landgericht Karlsruhe hat diese Verfügung erlassen, weil sie erstens die Prangerwirkung, diese Vorverurteilungswirkung als gegeben angesehen haben und zweitens auch ins Feld geführt haben, das Foto, das da immer gezeigt wird, kommt aus der Ermittlungsakte. Aber deswegen sage ich, es ist nicht so, dass wir keinen Rechtsstaat hätten. Das Landgericht Karlsruhe hat hier eine sehr hohe Sensibilität gegenüber den Persönlichkeitsrechten dieses Stuttgarter Angeklagten, den ich ganz bewusst nicht namentlich nenne, gezeigt. Also es gibt zum Glück in der deutschen Justiz immer auch noch Gegenbeispiele. Ja? Also ich bin jetzt nicht hierher gekommen, um allgemeines Justizbashing zu betreiben. Ich habe ganz unterschiedliche Erfahrungen gemacht vor den Gerichten. In Frankfurt kann ich sagen, der Senatsvorsitzende behandelt uns mit ausgesuchter Höflichkeit. Aber er lässt halt leider dem Generalbundesanwalt zu viele Dinge durchgehen, die eigentlich nicht sein dürfen. Um es jetzt mal sehr vornehm auszudrücken. Ja? So. So, das ist die Schwäbische Zeitung. Ja, das ist das, was da rauskommt. Jetzt habe ich schon keine Zeit mehr. Gut, dann muss ich die Hälfte von meinem Vortrag dann einfach canceln. Ja. Dran denken, gut, alles klar. So, ab und zu, so. Ist schon im Internet. Ja, da ist er von einem angeblichen Teilgeständnis, das können die auch wieder nur aus der Ermittlungsakte haben. Oder das sind natürlich alles strafbare Verletzungen des Dienstgeheimnisses und diese mediale Vorverurteilung, die widerspricht auch den Standards, die der Bundesgerichtshof zur Verdachtsberichterstattung in den Medien aufgestellt hat. Das interessiert muss dummerweise heute niemanden mehr. So, die Süddeutsche Zeitung, da sagt schon die Überschrift, das war sozusagen im Vorfeld des Stuttgarter Verfahrens, das Ganze werde ich jetzt gleich sagen und näher erläutern, ist nämlich, die 26 Angeklagten sind, obwohl sie derselben angeblichen terroristischen Vereinigung angehört haben sollen, nicht an einem Gerichtsstandort angeklagt, sondern an 3 verschiedenen. Ja? Da werde ich gleich auch noch was Nettes aus der Akte vorlesen. Der Südkurier, was schreibt der hier noch? Ja? Da werden sie nun tageweise residieren, die verhinderten neuen Herrscher Deutschlands, auf einem staubigen Areal von 1300 Quadratmetern, einem wenig glamourösen Stadtteil im Frankfurter Süd. Auch nicht. Südkurier. Das ist so Schadenfreude. Wie geil ist das denn, dass diese Terroristen jetzt endlich Scheiße fressen müssen? Ja? Und das macht man mit Menschen, die sowieso schon am Boden liegen. Ja? Das ist für mich kein Journalismus mehr. Ja? So. Das ist auch keine Berichterstattung. Ja? Paragraph 6 Absatz 1 Satz 3 Medienstaatsvertrag. Es sind Kommentar und Berichterstattung voneinander zu trennen. Ja, das passiert hier alles überhaupt nicht. Da wird draufgehauen. Irgendwelche journalistischen Standards interessieren da niemanden mehr. So, will gerade gesagt, das sind, wenn jetzt an mehreren Standorten die unterschiedlichen Angeklagten wegen desselben Delikts angeklagt sind, heißt es, der Generalbundesanwalt weiß immer, was am OLG Stuttgart, an OLG München, OLG nicht. Wir haben deswegen einen Antrag auf Verfahrenseinstellung gestellt, ist natürlich auch. Jetzt hat Jessica Hamed, das ist eine recht bekannte aus Mainz, die einen der Frankfurter Angeklagten vertritt, einen ganz schönen Antrag gestellt. Der Senat möge dann bitte Reisen der Frankfurter Verteidiger nach Stuttgart und München zu den dortigen Verhandlungen für erforderlich erklären als erforderliche Pflichtverteidigerkosten. Ist das alles, muss ich jetzt, ist schon eingeschaltet? Ja, alles klar. Okay. So. Bin ich irgendwo rausgeflogen oder kann ich weiterreden? Weitermachen. Gut, alles klar. So, was schreibt das OLG dazu? Das ist natürlich nicht erforderlich, sagt das OLG. Angesichts der sich aus § 160 Absatz 2 StBO ergebenen Pflicht der Staatsanwaltschaft nicht nur die zu Belastung, sondern auch die zur Entlastung dienenden Umstände zu ermitteln und aufzuklären, ist eine eigene Teilnahme der Verteidiger an einzelnen nach ihrem Ermessen bestimmten Hauptverhandlungstagen vor den Oberlandesgerichten Stuttgart und München zur Wahrung der Rechte der Angeklagten nicht erforderlich, zumal sie ohnehin nur als Zuhörer an den Verfahren teilnehmen könnten. Auch ist es den Verteidigern ohne weiteres möglich, das Ergebnis der Informationsweitergaben bzw. der Beweiserbieten durch die Vertreter des Generalbundesanwalts im Nachgang mit ihren Mandanten auszutauschen und zu besprechen. Einer meiner Verteidigerkollegen aus meinem Team, also im Team meiner Mandantin, hat dann gefragt, okay, wer bestimmt denn, welche Information denn wichtig ist? Ja, hieß es, das bestimmen der Generalbundesanwalt und das Gericht. Die bestimmen jetzt, welche
Yes,
Informationen
the
für die Verteidigung
prosecutor and the court decide what information is important
Ich brauche
for
es
the
nicht zu bewerten, ich
defense.
brauche es hier nicht zu bewerten. Ich glaube, es
So
kann
I
jeder
don't need
seine
to
eigenen Schlüsse daraus ziehen. Ja,
evaluate
ich habe
this.
andere rechtlichen Bedenken aufgeführt, insbesondere. Also
Then there were
Stuttgart
other
sagt
legal
die
concerns. In
Generalbundesanwaltschaft, es ist
Stuttgart,
immer
the
sehr schön,
General
was in
Public
Frankfurt
Prosecutor
passiert ist,
General
aber
always
vergleichbare
says
Informationen kriegen wir in
they
Frankfurt
know what happened in Frankfurt, but we don't get
praktisch
a
auch nicht.
comparable
Wo die
information from
Policy
Frankfurt and
herkommt.
Munich. I don't know where this policy comes
Was
from.
allerdings dann auch passiert, ist,
What
dass
also
ein
happens, though,
unautorisiertes
is that an
Haftungsprotokoll über seine
unauthorized
Mitangeklagte in Frankfurt
a log
scheint
for an
gemacht hatte. Und die
review
Richter
of
haben
an arrest
sie noch
warrant.
nicht autorisiert gehabt. Das unautorisierte
This
Protokoll wurde dann
unauthorized log was introduced in Stuttgart at some stage. It hadn't been authorized yet. It hadn't been
Genau
approved
das
yet.
kommt raus,
So that
wenn
sort of thing
das
happens
Verfahren so gestaltet,
if
wie es
you
ist.
organize proceedings the way they are here.
Nächster Punkt, Missbrauch des Äußerungsstrafrechts. Es werden viele
Then,
Dinge als
abuse of utterances.
eindeutig keine sind.
There are many things actually charged with that are not punishable. Sugarit Bhakti, for instance.
Robert Höschele, Nachkomme eines
Robert Herschel, for instance, descendant of a Jew who lost his life in a concentration camp, and was faced by the highest court, and he was charged with actually incitement of the people and denial of the Holocaust. How am I supposed to learn from history if I'm not allowed to compare? And the NS time didn't start with concentration camps, but with defamation and marginalization. And you must be allowed to warn against repetition. And the severity of the offenses committed, of the SS offenses and crimes, they are not denigrated or belittled by a comparison with the Corona times, the COVID times. But this was not heard by the courts. So, not considered incitement of people were actually considered these derailments. Matthias Koch is probably no longer visible today, but I saw it in 2021. More pressure had to be exerted on the unvaccinated. After all, these unvaccinated arm sleeves, several upper district courts said this is not an incitement of the people. So this is not a general judiciary bashing. There were areas where courts really gave preference to the freedom of expression. If Mike Müller posts this in October, either there's gas chambers for you as tin hats. This is punishable incitement of the people. This is glorification and the denial of as crimes. In the second part, nobody was interested in this. Or what else do we have? The poster campaign of the Berlin Senate in summer 2020. And this was actually charged with incitement of the people, and the process was not continued. Oh, Antifa with their dreams. I refer to the second part of the poster. Internation camps, concentration camps for the unvaccinated. And this is why we have to point out these derailments, because sooner or later these words turn into deeds. Or Nikolaus Blume, for instance, the last sentence here, may the whole republic point with the finger at them. Then, once you've collected these and made it available to the public, this was actually compiled by somebody on Twitter, then all of a sudden you're charged with the dangerous dissemination of personal data. Oh, the poor people could be persecuted. And this is why those who collect these derailments need to be punished in public. And this was also defended by Jason Garment in the first instance. She obtained an acquittal. Whether this is the final judgment, I don't know, because the acceptance of the case had to be forced by the upper district court, and it can well be that we have to wait for the appeals. So this is an attack on the press freedom. Attacks on the freedom of opinion and the press. The compact ban, for instance, and you can read the rest of the charts. If I ban a newspaper with the statement or publishing house saying that the products or the actors using the products were actually fighting the democratic order, then this also means that the freedom of press is used to fight against democracy. There is an exclusive pathway. You can actually follow Article 18 of the Fundamental Law to actually contact or take this case to the Constitutional Court. This is what Nancy Faeser should have done instead of limiting the legal basis. So the compact ban is void in administrative law terms. But you can, of course, not continue publishing it before the Constitutional Court actually has decided about the appeal. The constitutional law delegitimization of the state has already existed before Nancy Faeser took over her office. The state actually wants to force their citizens to be loyal towards the politicians. But you should rather ask, why are so many citizens not giving this loyalty to their politicians? Trust, confidence, and compliance is something that you have to work for, that you have to deliver for, and that you can also lose. The delegitimization of the state is a result when a government lies, fails. But what happens if it really lies and fails, like in the Ahr Valley? The Landrat, the district manager had to take his head, had to resign. So it was not anything to do with the constitutional law. Public service, if I do not comply with the constitution, then I'm kicked out. And then I have to actually demonstrate painstakingly that I comply with the constitution. Then the Whistleblowers Act, Mrs. Faeser really wants to authorize the Secret Service to allow citizens to whistleblow. Just imagine, XYZ Bank, your client is a COVID denier. Do you really want to allow him to establish an account with you? Then the observation of political opponents through the Office for the Protection of the Constitution is unacceptable in a democratic state. Those who want to marginalize AfD have to do two things. First of all, offer convincing policy, and secondly, then represent these policies with staff that is credible and actually puts these policies into practice. And if the old parties, the tent parties did this, then the AfD wouldn't be that successful. It's that easy. And this is a democratic competition. And it should be carried out in accordance with the competitive rules, but not by restricting competition. Pit stop? Okay, I don't have to say much more about this. Everything else was already mentioned. I talked about the media. Well, I'd say I'll come to the end now, because the most important content is included in my charts. What are the challenges for lawyers? Well, the fact is that still judges cannot believe that the government deliberately lies to citizens. And a very bad example is the Kiel case in the case of Bhakti. This is framing media propaganda, and we will definitely counter this before we have the appeal proceedings, which have not been terminated yet. In some cases, you get the impression that from the viewpoint of the courts, there's no difference between what should and should not be done by authorities. Does the public prosecutor really look at the defense counsel's evidence? Because everything is made by humans and they make mistakes. What do you need a defense counsel for if the authorities know it all? Indiscretions by investigating authorities towards the media do pose a serious threat to constitutional criminal proceedings. And we have a pro-government bias in parts of the case law. This may be due to the indoctrination seminars I mentioned in the beginning. It can be due to the susceptibility to media propaganda. Those who had most fear of the coronavirus became judges because they were so afraid they became so aggressive versus dissidents. They're spreading serious and dangerous fake news. They really believed in this. But it can also be due to the authoritarian state mindset. I always hear that if the government says, judges say, well, if the government says masks need to be worn, then masks have to be worn. This is an authoritarian state mindset. And if there are fines to be passed on the unvaccinated, then this has to be done. This is obedience. For obedience sake. And I'm done. Finally.
Ladies and gentlemen, Now you witnessed the failure of public services. I hope you bear with us that we should have doubled up on the time made available to Martin Schwab. Maybe it was worth listening to, though. My suggestion, if I have the right feel, there are snacks available and refreshments outside on the one hand. On the other hand, there's certainly a need for exchange of ideas. My suggestion is that any urgent questions of clarification be asked now, and that we have a break, a bio break or so that we get back here and you can get rid of something that's not a direct question of clarification. If there's no objection to this, I would like to ask, are there any questions of clarification?
Ich hatte vorhin gesagt, dass die Presse zuerst Fragen stellen darf. Bitte sich kurz vorstellt, von welcher Presse Sie kommen, dann können Sie das gerne machen.
Joachim Schäfer from Wetzlar, from a YouTube channel. I have a question. I have a large number of questions. Of course, you're a professor, so you give lectures, but you're also a civil servant, and at the same time, you're a defense lawyer. How is that possible? Is that possible? Is it normal? I think I have to use this microphone.
Können Sie mich verstehen?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Also, ich habe an der Uni Bielefeld einen Lehrstuhl für bürgerliches Recht, Verfahrensrecht und
I'm a professor at the University of Bielefeld. I am a civil servant, and we have a requirement or a stipulation in the law, in the criminal code, in the procedural law. I can, that says that anyone can teach as a legal expert if they're qualified, and they can act as lawyers, and I can do both of them. And if I in court, then it's part of a wide publication project which will be concluded some years from now, which deals with the analysis of published court sentences. And from what I experienced myself and what I learned from colleagues, to give to bear witness of the current status of our judicial system. I'm a defense lawyer with Prince Royce, and there's another lawyer from Mannheim and Heidelberg. They are the main lawyers. I'm only there when I have time, and always when there is a collision, my obligations as a teacher take precedence. So if I have a lecture on the day of a court session, I can participate in the court session. Another question: why Wetzlar? What does the hotel know? What your topic you're dealing with? It seems that somebody's answering.
Herrn Wohlert dargestellt wurde, war falsch.
What was said by Mr. Bullard was not correct. It was not the right topic. The topic was a target child and bonding, and something was said about child welfare, etc. He wasn't here, and he wasn't, even though he was invited. But that's why we like this question. This symposium is broadcast live, just like the previous one, because a lot of people were annoyed about this journalists, because he wrote something, he announced one thing and people saw something else. So that's a good thing, because this journalist disqualified himself that way. Yeah, but the question is, who was invited? We have a distribution list of more than 2,000, and we published it. Anyone who accredited got accreditation was welcome. I find this format a bit strange. It's more like a lecture. It's long statements, numerous statements. How can the press pick up on these things? There are numerous aspects, and how can we handle this? I'm from the state of Hesse. I would like to know who is here. Who else is here? Alexander Quade from Wetzlar. Who indicated? Who? We said press first, if it's possible.
Ja. Genau.
Also nochmal. Ich stelle meine Frage und ich denke,
So again, I'll ask my question. There might be an answer to the previous question.
wie sind hier diverse Pressevertreter, neue Medien sind dabei.
We're here, we have press representatives, new media are here. The traditional media didn't come, but I think we will have the possibility of having individual interviews. We will be able to keep them short and to make them available to the press, because these presentations were very interesting but very specialist. We can make something of it, and I think this is an opportunity that anyone would have had.
Ich bin für Report 24 unterwegs.
I work for Report 24. I didn't want to ask a question. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Schäfer, who is from Wetzlar from here. He is well known. He is a representative of the cancel culture who sticks his oar in everywhere. And he always tries to denigrate this kind of event whenever it happens, wherever it happens. That is the basic character of this gentleman. In principle, anyone is welcome. They can report as they like. I think because we do everything publicly, I got a lot of correspondence from, wow, you have to ban Wetzlar Zeitung. No, but that's why we do it live. We do it with interpreters. If somebody wants to be a heretic, they're welcome to do so. We are in favor of freedom of speech, and I am of the opinion that that has to be allowed as well. Sorry. I have another question. My name is Wladivosky. I'm an independent journalist by now. I bid the traditional media goodbye a long time ago. And I would have to have a question to the legal experts. Who controls the media if they fail as a fourth power? And I worked with the public media, the official media, and they don't really engage in quality journalism. They don't verify what they publish. Now, who controls the media? Well, I have to ask the question of who controls the public service stations. The problem is that in the media, all control mechanisms have failed. However, again, we have light at the end of the tunnel. The Federal Administrative Court has allowed the case of someone who wants to have it clarified whether he can be exempted from the obligation to pay TV license because the requirements of the media remits are no longer met. So they will have to see what needs to be considered here. And I think when we have legal a judicial ruling, then the public service stations will have to adhere to that. So the state of law is still in place, but we have to fight for it on a daily basis. We must not take it for granted. That is the appeal that I have to the public. And there were more questions, and that's why I would like to pass on the mic. Another answer on this. It's quite simple. Andrea just touched upon it. People just don't buy these newspapers and don't go to the web blogs, and they don't they don't support those media anymore. And that is pretty obvious. Just take a vote by the feet. Nevertheless, I would like to speak out in favor of the free media, that you have a very unequal distribution of funds because the TV license has to be paid by anyone and everyone, whether they turn on their TV or not. I think now they're now buying new chairs for the management level, where one of these chairs cost 4,000 euro, and we saw it with Radio Berlin Brandenburg, when they had to clear the management and had to appoint new managers with 100,000 euro annual salary and a 8,000 euro worth of rent subsidy per month. And anyone who engages in the production of media knows that it's expensive. You can't do it from your home. You have to go out. You have to be where things are happening. And so we are actually faced with a financial overlord. It's almost like a struggle between David and Goliath. But we know who won at the end. My name is Michael Lüttwitz of Stadtzeitung. And we heard, and we knew it before, that the law has been derailed, at least to partly. And the question is, how can we bring it back? If we can, and how long will it take, and what needs to happen in order to get back to a situation that we can really speak of the state of law again. What is your opinion? And that's a question to the lawyers, and you can agree among each other who starts. Well, let me barge ahead. The experience I've had over the last few years was really sobering, I have to say. I can only quote what my colleagues have been saying here. No request to consider evidence is supported anymore. We can even use official figures by the RKI, and then the court will tell me I'm a conspiracy theorist. So it's unbelievable what happens here. It's really unbelievable. I'm appalled, I have to say. I don't know how this is supposed to change. if there isn't a new wind blowing in the among judges there. I would also like to ask a question to the legal experts here. I'm a journalist myself, as a blogger. Can we really expect from any German court that something such as the court of law, the state of law, is actually upheld? I have the impression that at the level of regional courts or higher regional courts, there is a lot of willingness to meet the demands of those higher up, because people want to still make a career for themselves, so they're not willing to verify and review whether any sanctioning is necessary, is proportional, and this has never been done, at least not in the 15 cases against me. They never looked into that. Can we expect that higher up courts are more reasonable, and can we still expect the court of law? Well, let me put it this way. The career path of a judge is usually a type of selection of who is good for the politicians. I have had good experience with local courts. The local court judge who exonerated Bhakti did the right thing, and I'm sure he also went into this statistics of crime, and then I had, for instance, a client whose wife was convicted of a assault, and she said that she didn't slap the police officer. The police officer admitted that that didn't happen. And if you engage in interrogation honestly, then you can actually make him contradict himself. And so I got an exoneration for that lady. And of course, the public prosecutor can appeal against this. And so nothing is final yet. But I did meet with an unprejudiced judge. And he said, if anything, that is really at the very lower end of what I would hold to be something that I need to punish. But it's not a question only, I said, of whether this is something that needs to be punished, but we also have to see whether the lady can be exonerated, because her career is at stake. And so he said, okay, we'll look into this. So it was about the distribution of personal data, and the whole had been instigated by a fanatic supporter of the vaccinations. So the unvaccinated should be stoned and that sort of thing. So the judge looked at these tweets that she hadn't been aware of and that weren't in the file either. She looked at the witness and she said, okay, she wouldn't like this to be said, but the sound was, the tone was very strong. And so we went via paragraph 153 without any requirements, and it was simply the case was closed, and that was a very reasonable judge. So it's not like we only have judges who can't, who will always be singing to the government song sheet. I have a question to Katja Wörmer. I was listening very closely to what you said on Rainer Füllmich. This is working, isn't it? So the judiciary wants to help the Corona committee, helping them to reacquire their funds. That's how I could have understood it, because they're really interested in finding out where is the 300,000 euro gone, where's the 500,000 euro gone. Is this embezzlement? That's really money that belongs to the Corona committee. So why do they create this impression of the rule of law in order to keep Mr. Firmich in prison? Why doesn't the state say that was a committee of tin heads? We don't care what happens with their money.
Jetzt ist es, glaube ich, an. Ich kann es selbst nicht hören. Ja, das Ganze ist natürlich etwas
Well, of course, the
komplizierter.
whole
Also es
thing
gibt ja auch
is
noch
quite difficult.
zu der Vorfrage was sagen können, weil
I
ich
could
habe
have said
jetzt
something about
zufällig
the
auch noch
previous question as
mitgebracht,
well,
also
because I happen to have something here with us.
eingereicht, auch das ist ein
This is something we submitted as evidence. It's a 190-page report of the Ministry of the Interior of North Rhine-Westphalia, which in 2021 issued a report on how to deal with conspiracy theorists and COVID deniers. It's from the Ministry of the Interior of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. You can find it on the internet as well. I brought it along to show how thick this is. That's 179 pages. It's only for the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. If you look it up on the Federal Ministry of the Interior, you find a number of such reports and guidelines. It's just a fact that judges are people as well, and that are influenced by reporting during the COVID period. I wouldn't call the state of law into question, but the practical implementation is quite stretchable. I can argue in favor and against any of my clients. As a lawyer, a defense lawyer, I always go in favor of my clients, of course. So that is my experience. Then the question that you asked in relation to Mr. Füllmich, things are, of course, more difficult. They won't obviously say we need to defund the Corona Committee. That would be the technical term for it. It is an unregistered society. They were never registered. They never became a charity either. And they want to get the money back in order to wind up this this committee, and it was established more than 4 years ago, so you can't turn it into a registered society anymore. And the founders are all at loggerheads with each other. So this preliminary society, there is still one who keeps going, Viviane Fischer, who started a new society, a new organization, a trust, and she continues the work, and it doesn't have the same reach anymore, unfortunately. And Dr. Füllmich also started a new organization, ICIC, where he also performed a number of interviews between the fall of 2022 until his imprisonment. And these members who want to continue the investigative work, they are not supposed to get the money. Instead, the preliminary society is to get this money. There's about €1 million worth of gold with Degussa in Berlin, and they want to wind up these committees. I think that is the objective. It's not quite clear of how this is supposed to happen, but it certainly isn't to move to those hands that would continue the investigative work. I have a question. The initial question was why Wetzlar? We have the psychological thing. I just heard online, and then you say something about deep state. What is your fear or your imagination? What is the problem that you have with the state? What's behind it? You mentioned the deep state. Can you be more concrete? Not too wordy, short sentences, please.
I try to be as short as long as necessary. Deep state to me means that the Secret Service was involved. This was evidenced. Interpol was involved for such an offense, which is really incredible, because I was able to prove that signatures of her mother were falsified several times. And the public prosecutor cannot limit the circle of perpetrators, although there are only 3 signatures on the paper. And I've not been doing this since 2016, but for almost 30 years. And for 15 years, I've been in public relations. Well, deep state means that there is an underlying plan, but you do not suspect this. This is more of an authority misconduct or whatever. No. Let me tell you, if somebody involves the Secret Service and actually abuses the former Secretary General of Interpol, Jürgen Stock, from this town, who is then asked about me, then there's a plan drawn up. And I had explained in detail that public prosecutor Novak, I'm not saying that everybody does this, but she contacted Plus Minus and contacted Christiane Zichy as an anchor woman, and she menaced her and said that she had to deliver my data, otherwise the home would be raided. Then she also pointed out to the ARD that protection of source exists, and that she could have also contacted me for this data. I hope I was able to answer your question. No, that's your opinion, but that's when we do individual interviews, I can actually answer this question, but we also have to give room to the other panelists. Yeah. Susanne? Hello, I work for French and Belgian media, and my question is, we talked about the imprisonment conditions, and Katja Warmer mentioned the conditions for Reimer Füllmich. I read many things about it, and this is hardly known in the public at large, what's going on there. And this is why I would like to know about Anna Findeisen or whoever is imprisoned, what their conditions are. What I can say regarding Johanna Findeisen will actually be published in a new article over the next few days. I want to have this compiled by a team of lawyers. What I can give away today, and this was also part of an interview I just listened to, this is about Mrs. Malzack-Winkemann, and I guess this also applies to the other defendants and prisoners, that before they were transferred from the general prison to their specifically erected complex, had to undergo an in-depth examination of all body openings. And before they were transferred back from the court to the prison the second time, the doors, when they used the loo, are open. open. There is a person that pays attention to what is supposed to be in these body openings. And this interview with a close acquaintance of Birgit Malzahn-Winkemann, who celebrated her 60th birthday, and Johanna Findeisen is 55, told us that this examination was not performed by a gynecologist, by staff of the prison authorities who are masked, so that Mrs. Malzahn-Winkelmann, and this also applies to Johanna Findeisen, cannot actually see whether they were examined by a man or by a woman. Furthermore, I can tell you about the imprisonment conditions of Johanna Findeisen, that she cannot sleep a single night because people are screaming in her surroundings. Then there's trespassing of the cell. People wake her up. Then she was transported in a prison car, and she was shackled so hard that they were almost afraid that one wrist had been broken. We heard about the prison conditions of Rainer Füllmich. You cannot object this impression. We have the highest tolerance for white-collar crime and knife attackers from all over the world. And we have a very tough states treating good citizens who've never actually committed a single crime. Johanna Findeisen has never raised her hand against anybody. She has never caused damage to any person so far. If I may add to the Johanna Findeisen case, I currently talk to Johanna a lot about the imprisonment conditions, and things come to my mind time and again. Of course, the Stadtzeitung can take my description for real, and we'll have to use it to confront the relevant decision makers, because I am only interested in making this voice heard, and very often non-answers are stronger than answers. But you have to allow everyone to comment. Some can say, not right, yes, right, I won't comment on it. But I will not actually do any favor journalism. Since the news portal reported about this, Dirk Sattelmeier is also one of the legal counsels for the defendants in Frankfurt. He made a very clear statement. Then Udo Vetter made a statement who doesn't have anything to do with it. So he doesn't have a client there. He said that we're probably beyond the torture limit. And whoops, all of a sudden, the conditions became more moderate. The examination of all body openings was obviously abandoned. This intravaginal examination was stopped. So it required media exposure. The Neue Kritische Zürcher Zeitung also published a critical feature about this. Media exposure can also bring about improvements. We have a rule of law-based proceeding to ensure, and human dignity does not stop when you are actually sentenced. This brings us back to the media. If the media did their job properly, if they complied with the truth, rather than telling untruthful things, and if they did justice to the citizens that have elected them, and if the media really reported things in reality, then this would not happen. It only exists because there's massive lying going on, because opinions are being manipulated by state media and by other mainstream media. This is the problem. And when you deal with the truth, you suddenly realize how transparent things become and how everything can be accounted for. And then something that's going on here, what's going on here is systematic. As long as you only scratch the surface, you won't see anything of this. You really have to dig very deep. And then sooner or later, you will find a state. Just briefly, very briefly, it's very important. I wanted to add one thing to what Martin Schwab said. At the Stadtzeitung, we're not interested in doing favor journalism because we're friends with Johanna Findeisen for what other motives. No. This side that we've just described with the bodily inspections, examinations, this needs to be reported about. We also want this to be seen and heard. This is what we put emphasis on. Yeah, well, the rationale behind these meetings here is to focus on the welfare, as we did at the latest meeting. It was child welfare last time. But we are faced with a deep state. Yes, in fact, I'm grateful that you refer to this. Let me read out from Wikipedia. The left-wing extremist platform, this is what Alexander Gauland would say, state within the state, or shadow state, or deep state. This is a negative connotation buzzword that describes illegitimate power structures within a state. This is how Wikipedia starts with. This is actually what this is all about. My and other cases show that what in our core existence should be happening, and what is the aim of each individual living in Germany, in the Federal Republic, the striving for the rule of law, for justice, for freedom, democracy. I mean, this should all be moving us. But when we see that this strive, these aspirations are counteracted as soon as a position that is unliked, and all of a sudden the power structures are actually reinforced to actually silence those dissidents or those critics. And if you can't silence them, then you go looking for tools or instruments to actually put them on the pillory, or you construct a coup d'etat. What happens if the Reichstag was stormed, regardless of what weapons are used, whether it's a shotgun or a crossbow? So what happens if you actually sit on the chair where the federal chancellor normally sits? Nothing happens. This is an illusion. This is facades, this illusions built up in order to construct an alleged menace. Through those you want to get rid of. Or for me or the other physicians who acted during the pandemic period, and we know now that people were lied to. They were actually were put to death. This became obvious now, only because somebody in the deep state with the intertwined structures, public prosecutors that eat or party with judges, judges, and the judges used to be a public prosecutor or the other way around. They know each other, you talk to each other, and you make sure that these people, these troublemakers, are ousted. That I was carried out of the land parliament because I didn't say what the president of the state parliament wanted me to say. And here the press plays a crucial role. How many of your trade are simply not courageous enough to make a stance? Tim Röhn of Die Welt, let me stress him, who was more objective, and I highly esteem them for this. The many small media only came to grow because the representatives of the usual press bodies did not deliver, because they became part of this corrupt system that is against fundamental rights. And they became vicarious agents, and they allowed themselves to be bought. Why am I featured in this way on the front page? My photograph, a politician, a former politician of the AfD. Yeah, the Hitler greeting is to be represented here. The heading, Querdenker, letter of thinkers meet in Wetzlar under the umbrella of the sports youth. Conspiracy theorists talked about alleged institutional abuse of children. Who is the conspiracy theorist? This is people who actually feature such a thing. This is whistleblowing. Who uses this term of Querdenker, of lateral thinker? Only somebody who wants to put the finger at somebody else. You don't talk to those lateral thinkers if you want to blacken people. And conspiracy theory, we've known this has been evoked since Kennedy. Of course, there are questions. How can one bullet cause 3 holes in a skull? Of course, there's no fit. Lee Harvey Oswald can't have shot him. And of course, you know that this is all warrior terms, battle terms to avoid open conflict. And all people who can still look into the mirror and take themselves serious as a human being have to object this, and for their own honor have to at least try to stick to the truth. Of course, you can say, well, I'll sing the song Who Pays My Salary, but there are limits to this. I don't want to give the full name. Alexander Kuh is also in prison. Why I'm asking about the deep state, Mr. Fichtner? Of course, the deep state has certain perspectives, but Alexander Kuh, in his Telegram canal, he has really delivered the worst fantasies. But this connection with child welfare, he said, if you in Berlin go down for 2 or 3 floors, you will discover victims, corpses. In Russia, the military is ready. And this goes all the way to the anti-Semitic camp. This is why I'm asking. Just a minute. Moment, please. Just a moment. Hello. Yeah, we will discuss a little later. You asked, so I'll answer you. I don't know what's happening at the airport in Dallas, but what I can tell you is the following. The Berlin Family Ministry has commissioned studies. The Kendler stories were studied, the Hildesheimer study. You can Google it in the internet, and the results are very clear. Kendler, together with the German youth welfare officers, has assigned and distributed children to pedophiles, and that these pedophiles were high-ranking people, and this is included in the SOS Kinderdörfer. 160 children were abused because high-ranking people were allowed in to violate children. 12 to 13-year-old children actually had babies and they needed an abortion because they were made pregnant. Little Lena in Wunsiedel, we know about the Odenwaldschule. We know all of this. What I'm saying is facts-based. What some other people say, I can't tell you. Heinrich just spoke, so let me comment on this. Most don't know. Heinrich and I dissent at times. I won't tell you why, because I don't want to open up a new discussion, but Heinrich is very Bible, is true to the Bible and loves Israel. He also thinks that this is the chosen people, and he always celebrates Shabbat. But Heinrich has shown the Hitler greeting. I don't have to tell you what position I take, what stance I have. It is so embarrassing. The media and some of the judges, not all judges, but some judges are just embarrassing. Because some judges are actually forced, encouraged to judge me. Why isn't she stopping writing these expert opinions? And my lawyer Müller said, because she can do it. She knows how to do it. Why should she stop? I obtained an acquittal, but for legal reasons. So it was a first-class acquittal. And I don't feel like dealing with the contact liability of other people. And I would be very grateful if we could break shortly. Institutional child abuse, Erich Wohlert. He said that there was no such thing. Many rely on the Tagesschau, and the 23rd of February 22 actually published the results of the Kendler experiment. Helmut Kendler actually placed children with pedophiles. A new report shows how a network actually operates across all of Germany. Shall we break? dear listeners, to the stream. In accordance with Action Resist, we are now completing and ending this live stream. Thanks for tuning in, and have a nice evening.